The quickest, the fastest, the best in the world.
Magnus Carlsen.
Dominant, absolutely dominant.
Chess at blazing speeds.
Get popcorn ready.
Moves without thinking.
Rook A8, Rook A8!
Tactics without blinking.
Oh, Knight of 64.
What in the world just happened?
Oh my God, he lost no time.
The Speed Chess Championship is the elite chess event of the year. For 9 years, the world's strongest blitz players have matched wits over the 64 squares.
How does he do this?
This year, the world's best face-off.
Like E7, he's blundering everything.
Fork, fork, fork.
You're watching the SCC on chess.com and it starts now.
Welcome to the Speed Chess Championship 2025. This is the final matchup where we're looking to crown another quarterfinalist en route to London, England for the finale. My name is Grandmaster Amon Hambleton, back again with the call, and this time joined by International Master Danny Wrench. Danny, you and I have done a show before, but you're back for the last round of 16 matchup. Welcome. How are you doing?
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. Yeah, this is exciting. We get to see a full bracket heading into the quarterfinals, who the 8 are. So gets us to have a chance to even preview a little bit of the second round and all those matchups ahead. So I can't wait to see. Fabi or Pragg gets the treat of playing Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, some kind of prize right there. But obviously moving on is what all these players are here to do in the SCC. And before we dive deeper into the match at hand, let's look at this video to explain the format for everyone watching.
The Speed Chess Championships feature the most exciting format in online chess. 3 different time controls test competitors' skills across Blitz and Bullet. First is the 5-minute Blitz. Players battle for 75 minutes in the strategic and accurate time control. Next are 50 minutes of 3-minute Blitz, the sweet spot. It's slow enough that there is some time to think, but fast enough that intuition and speed are crucial.
Oh, and he's going to eliminate the B-pawn and win.
Finally, 25 minutes of Bullet decide it all. Players are not just battling against their opponent and the board, but also the clock.
This is crazy. Hans was winning, and if you spotted it, a double attack, that would have clinched it.
It's a race against time to score points before time runs out. In all time controls, games have 1 second of increment. Once time trouble sets in, the players may be able to avoid flagging, but they will be locked into a scramble for the rest of the game. Fast, furious, tilting, and thrilling, since 2016, the Speed Chess Championship format has been the standard. Who is the king of online speed chess?
And there you heard it. That is the format for the Speed Chess Championship. You know, it always has been. And we got 75 minutes of 5+1, 50 minutes of 3+1, and concluding with 25 minutes of 1+1 bullet chess. But note that 1 second increment throughout all of these. And in that video, Danny, I saw you back there giving the commentary for the very first Speed Chess Championship. What a throwback. But obviously the format is touted by all the participants, and you know, every top player has said this is the best way to determine best online player.
Yeah, it's been a long time we've been doing this thing. Like you said, the format has been consistent, other than we did make the overall time a little shorter over the years from 90 minutes to 75 minutes. But I'm looking at this matchup and thinking about the 3 time controls, and I always put myself in the chair of, okay, which time control do I think is going to be the one that tells the tale when all is said and done? Today is such a coin flip, man. I really have no idea which of these time controls will favor the player who ultimately goes on to win. So I just want to say that off the top. And of course, it's exciting either way, whoever gets a chance to play Magnus. But what are your instincts? I know we're diving right into preview because my brain can't think about anything else. You think the longer time control or faster time control ends up tipping the scales?
Well, it's Fabiano against Pragg, and I think a lot of people have this as, you know, basically the closest matchup, and maybe we've just unintentionally saved the best for last as we're waiting for this final matchup to determine the quarterfinals. But Fabi and Pragg is even for a reason, and it's not because they're each equally skilled in every category. I think it's because they each have different skills, Danny. And we see they've actually never faced off in the SCC. But, you know, Pragg knocking Fabi out of the 2023 FIDE World Cup. Do you think you think chess players have memories like that? They're like, oh no, that's the guy that did that to me. This is revenge.
I think most of the top players have short-term memory loss in a good way. They tend to just focus on what they know they do well and try to forget it. But in this case, I think given that the World Cup really obviously matters to Fabiano, maybe he has it a little bit in the back of his mind. But
Right.
Fabi has also made the quarterfinals 6 of the 8 times he's played, so he's the much more experienced player in the SEC format.
Yep.
Without really arguing that. Will that pay off, or will the innocence that is having never been there before, as you and I saw Vincent Keimer almost send Wesley So home? It was this close. Will that be a similar sort of story today, where Prague kind of shows the favorites and the old guard that they don't care about how much experience you have?
Exactly, and we can see the 2 team jerseys, right? Team Liquid. There's only going to be one Team Liquid member moving forward to face another Team Liquid member, Magnus Carlsen. So it's all Team Liquid in this side of the bracket. As we look at the pre-match prediction, and Danny, we were talking about a 50-50 match. Actually, it's the first time I've seen a not 50-50, but a final score prediction about the same. So it's really making me wonder, where's that 2%? What's Fabi? Yeah. Is it his hair? Like, what is it? What's that 2% from?
Obviously, we have the data and an algorithm we've kind of worked on to perfect this, but it means that you run that match many times, right? You try to simulate the experience, and given that we simulated this match thousands and thousands of times and got overtime so many times, but the slight experience nod to Fabi has him winning in overtime a few more times. But again, I think it basically goes without saying that this is a total coin flip, right? I think I've seen one match before, Amon, that predicted overtime, and it was a 51-49%. So I'm also going to say I have no idea where the extra 1% came from. I don't do math that good. But okay, Fabi does look good in the Team Liquid jersey, like you said. We've got Team Liquid versus Team Liquid today.
Yeah, I love it. This is a matchup that is, as we've been talking about, close for a reason. And one thing about Fabi is he's been playing everything. Danny, he basically been nonstop. The chess calendar is quite full of events, but from doing some of the interviews with the players that have won their matches so far in the SEC, it's actually interesting to note that there's a serious weight put on the Speed Chess Championship by a lot of these top players, Danny. They go out of their way to fit it into their schedule, to prepare for it, to make sure that it's as part of their schedule as other events.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not that many games or that much total hours for the prize fund, right? The prize fund is up to $250,000 total, and obviously going to London is such an exciting, I think, opportunity for everybody. Of course, the last live finals we did in Paris. So we're doing our best to invest in online chess and I guess raise the bar or continue to add legacy and give these events prestige where the players care about them more than maybe just, casual blitz that a lot of the players do. So there you go. You have Prague waiting. But speaking of casual blitz, I'm going to tease real quick that later on in today's show, we're going to be making an announcement to a player who entertained more human beings, maybe with casual blitz, than anybody. Of course, that's a person that it's pretty hard to even see on camera in our previews. That is Naroditsky, who we love and miss. And I'm gonna leave it at that for now, without getting emotional for the first time on camera since the terrible events of this week. But there will be an announcement later today on a way we are going to try to pay tribute forevermore to Danya when it comes to the Speed Chess Championship. So stay tuned for that. It's going to come between the 3-minute and the 1-minute segment.
Amazing. I'm just like everyone else, eager to find out what this is, and just the steps that we can all take to keep him in our memories.
He will always be, and today I think will be a match for the ages that Danya would have wanted to be a part of for sure, and he is a part of it with us in our hearts, and I think this is going to be a close one. So Fabi looks like he stepped away back to the chess. We've got Prague dialed in here and ready and waiting. So I'm sure Team Liquid is a little bit irritated with us that somehow we stacked the bracket, that all 3 of the players who've been signed to that esports organization will be, at least 2 of them will be eliminated before heading to London, because the winner of this, as we said, faces Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals, and only 1 player will go to London from there. So sorry, Team Liquid, you will only have one player representing you in London, unless you sign another one before February.
Yep. Yep. Well, maybe proof, Danny, that you don't stack the bracket right there. So there you go. As I see, yeah, Fabi returns, and this is really going to be a close match. And as I said earlier, it's for different reasons. You think of Pragg, and he's a little bit untested in this format. We saw Vincent come in and do amazingly well, but Pragg is someone that I think the expectations are almost a little bit higher. This is a player that, you know, at his best can take out Magnus Carlsen over a long match. I'm excited to see, you know, just how dynamic these games are going to be, because I feel that we have a contrast of styles here, Danny, and who is going to win the battle of getting their position.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I like that early on, we're already seeing the players pause as far as thinking about the type of position they want to get. You and I often say that the longer time control, regardless of the results themselves, which do matter, of course, in 5 minute, but it's often revealing in terms of maybe where the match is going to go as the gloves come off in the 3 minute and the 1 minute. What openings did the players bring to the table? Are they going to try to mix it up and surprise their opponent? Are they going to stick to mainline theory? We have an odd and unique Rui Lopez development here already, Amon, with the knights on e7 and c6, and white playing this funny a3 move rather than more traditional main lines. So,
yeah, the knight's going to c6 and e7 usually, for good reason, indicates that the bishop on f8 would want to make it to the g7 square. But usually what happens when the knight goes to e7 instead of f6 is white actually plays d4, either directly or plays c3 and d4. So it's actually a little bit curious that Fabi has gone for a bit of a different setup. I don't imagine that d4 is the absolute priority. He's waiting to see more information, and currently knight g5 is a big time threat.
Well, now he goes back into d4, so we're getting kind of a transposition to the main lines. And as you said, rather than c3 with d4, a3 was played as a means to make sure that this bishop will have escape in case black wanted a knight a5 idea or something. But anyway, the moves are already happening so fast, and Fabi already getting a little bit of an edge according to the computer with the knight on f5 that I really like here. The bishop pair is about to be won for white.
Yeah, knight f5 makes good sense here. If the pawn takes back and the knight, let's say on g6, has to move to e5, you have another f pawn that can move forward to f4, and there could be some big problems there. So this knight on g6, not a good piece, and you know the top players know how to play against these knights. So let's see if Fabi can do that here.
Yeah, he gets castled rather than taking the dark square bishop. Maybe knows he can get the bishop pair anytime. Note that even if the bishop moves, maybe the other knight pops into d5. So what's funny about this is black, I guess, has to just decide which bishop you want to part ways with. Giving up the light square bishop has long-term consequences, but the dark square bishop might be missed as well. So still very solid, but I guess I'm just liking I'm biased to the bishop pair right now, and we'll see if Fabi takes it before it can go to f8 now.
Yeah, the thing is, that's not the bishop that you actually want. So, you know, you want the bishop pair, but you'd prefer to win the light square bishop. And here, you know, the bishop going to f8, it wasn't going to be a great piece anyway. So it's one of those things that, as Fabi, you definitely do it. I agree with you, Danny. You take it before it goes back. But at the same time, you kind of wish that you had won the other piece. But, you know, this being said, you can still continue. Bishop e3, we might see something solid like pawn to h3, pawn to f3, queen d2, and bring the rook on a1 over into the middle.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I wonder if now there's a knight d5 idea at some point, e4 and c7, but f4 played. Fabi playing so fast here. Amon, do you get the feeling I'm getting here? This might be a little bit of prep here for Fabiano, because this is a significant advantage for white with the bishop pair, and a very aggressive approach to play if you're not confident that it's good. So I'm smelling a little bit of a rat here if I'm Pragg, that maybe I got myself in a bit of trouble in terms of the opening prep.
Well, I think I agree in general, but the other thing I'll say about this position is, prep or not, if I'm looking at Pragg's position and I'm trying to imagine what moves to expect, there's no d5, there's no f5, the knights can't use the e5 square, the knight on c6 can't really go anywhere. I'm not that concerned about a lot of the potential moves here, so it looks safe.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop e6 played, and Fabi's slowing down maybe just for the first time. Does he want to put a piece on d5 in order to stop bishop takes b3. He could even take on
Mhm.
e6 amon, because note that the queen can't take, right? Because f5 would win a piece. So you
Yep.
could take. Okay, he plays f5. Is he going to take on g6? Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay, I thought maybe there was a weird intermezzo kind of thing. Ah, there we go. That's the idea. f6. What a move.
Yeah, he's just going straight for it. We've got knight d5 coming in next if the pawn captures on f6, which is the obvious, but obviously this queen is going to move. Yeah, there we go. Queen e6, and this is all Fabiano so far. The only reason that you play a move like f5, Danny, is because of something concrete like what we're seeing. You're
Yeah.
giving up the e5 square, but he's bringing the knight in. He can take on g7 and disrupt the position a little bit. So clearly in Fabi's favor. And I am wondering, is he going to take before the move g6 gets played in response?
Agreed. And I love your call out that the only reason you would play f5 is because of something concrete, because it really is good to note that e5 is the one really good thing Prague has going for his position right now. That is a dominant square for either pony that occupies it. So Fabi will need to get an attack to kind of justify not just the e5 square, but the weak e pawn that is now backward. So I guess I'm pointing that out just to make sure it's not all one-sided here. Yes, white has pressure. The computer likes white. But there are long-term factors that black has with the square, the weak pawn, maybe the king. So those are things to keep in mind.
Yeah, and if we're kind of going for a think here, and I'm wondering what moves we could be considering. Queen to h5. I'm almost wondering if black is going to try to trade queens themselves with like queen g4, for example. It really looks like pawn takes on g7 is the right move here, just to get that exchange in.
Yeah, agreed. He's taking time, which is a little interesting because we got a straightforward idea here. What else could it be thinking about besides taking on g7?
Yeah, queen h5,
H5?
bishop
Yeah.
g5.
Okay.
Yeah, even just a normal move. Like there really isn't a threat for black, but I had the impression that g6 by black was something you didn't necessarily want to allow.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, queen h5 was interesting, and certainly g6 might have led to checkmate ideas. But either way, we're here. Fabi does eventually take after spending some time. Black's king is open. Here comes rook to h4 and queen h5 an old-fashioned way, right? Go for checkmate.
Yep.
Computer has an only move. That's not me. No hands. A blue arrow means white has to play this move to maintain the advantage. What a weird move to retreat.
The knight is the best piece for Fabi in this position. The knight on d5 is doing everything. It's tying the rook down to the c7 pawn. It's covering some key squares on e7 and f6. It's basically tying the entire knight on d7 down. So the right idea, knight e7, to remove it. And Fabi, you have to remember, Danny, this is a game of chess. It's not just an attack here. You're not developed at all on the queen side. So be careful with trading off all these pieces, because Prague is just going to emerge with a fine position.
Well, and look, that's exactly what happened. Fabi does not find the only move for the computer, and the things I was highlighting earlier are coming back. The e-pawn is weak. Black's knight is actually a very good piece with lots of different good squares, particularly e5. By the way, the b-pawns, stink over here. So there's actually suddenly, there's a reason you saw that eval bar completely switch when Fabi didn't find that move, because Black's long-term advantages are actually killer here for white.
Not to mention the e-pawn looks like it's disappearing, and it'll get supported so nicely by d5. So honestly, the position is just flipping here. That's the reality, Danny.
Complete turnaround. So interesting, because Fabi went from having a huge edge on the board and a huge edge on the clock. I was calling for the thought that maybe this was prep, but the position completely turns around with one bad move, and I think Prague is going to go on to win the first game as black. I mean, this is actually very quickly one of those positions that is super hard to see how black loses. Black is up a pawn. These pawns are no good. The king is actually perfectly safe, guarded by the white pawn in front of it.
And the time, 26 seconds for Fabi. It's completely swapped from, 4 minutes he had, and Prague's time was ticking down. Instead, now Fabi has a lot to be nervous about, and we're going to maybe get to see our first glimpse at how both of the players kind of handle a time pressure situation. But this is not looking good for Fabi anymore.
Not at all. And yeah, so it's always funny when we talk about the first time scramble. Who's going to show that their nerves are there today? Not always indicative of how the whole match will go when we get to faster time controls, but it can be. So we'll see how Fabi deals with being way down on the clock and how Prague deals with it if he also gets under a minute here.
Yeah, either f5 or d5 both look possible to support this knight. You definitely don't want to take on d4 and lose the knight on e4. So we see the full support there. And bishop f6 played, which is trickier than bishop c3, where maybe in the future you're worried about d4 shutting your bishop out.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, again, just looking at the chess, we love the knight if we're Prog. Remember, black is up a pawn, but Fabi keeping the pressure. Okay, he's going to try to mix it up. This is the right thing to do. Forget what the computer says, because you got to just make the game complicated if you're losing and down on time. Again, best play, I think that Prog wins this game, but Fabi's going to try to mix it up.
There's a big idea. Knight takes on f6, rook takes, and queen e3 is a great way to eliminate the queens here, and it's been played on the board. The rook c7 move was to guard the f7 pawn in order to make this happen, and this is all Prog.
Yeah. Force lines, get the queens off the board. You can say goodbye to any checkmate ideas you had. By the way, black will just take this pawn in a moment.
Exactly. Yeah, the pawns on the queen side are weak. There's a passed pawn in the center of the board, so it's not completely over, but it's well on its way.
Yeah, Prog takes, put the rook behind the pawn, or go for this, actually, rook c2. Both are probably good. Okay, he decides to keep the pawn.
Yeah, rook behind the passed pawn. It's a good principle to follow here, and he's just going to activate his king. Now the rook is free again, so the rook can move to c7 to g7 and activate that way. Oh, f4 maybe?
I was going to say f4, and if takes d4, yeah.
I love
that idea.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Prog wants something else. Yeah, f4 would have been a funny little way there.
King d4 is coming, and rook h6. This is not that easy anymore.
What? Wow. This is just completely turned around. Prog missed this idea of f4 we were calling for, and now we're in a rook ending where the old adage might prove true. All rook endings are drawn. That's not what Prog wanted at all.
No. He's going to grab an extra pawn here, but okay. This looks like a position that I would assume black would find a way to win in a blitz game, Danny. I'm not going to lie, but h4, preventing king g5 is key.
Yeah. Well, by the way, speaking of king g5, those who saw the eval bar going to give an answer to that, black actually could have played king g5 instead of b4, I think. Or no, that was after h4. The rook ending was just misplayed there, honestly, by both players a little bit, but ultimately maybe justice was served with a draw here. What a wild way to start today's SCC match. Here we go.
Yeah, I think the best way to quickly explain it is that the only reason it was a draw is because Fabiano's king was able to hide in front of his own pawn and prevent any rook checks. Whereas if the black king was able to get in front of that h-pawn, there wouldn't be anywhere that king could hide. So maybe it was related to something like that. But regardless, a sign of things to come, because we saw Fabi looking down and out, fighting back. That was a really impressive time scramble by Fabi, because it looked like you couldn't hold it.
Yeah. And he was under 20 seconds for at least the last 20 moves, if not more. So Fabiano, like you said, he shows some experience. He's been in that position before. Lots of speed chess championships. He's played in every single one, for those who keep track of that type of thing. And yeah.
And we see a different type of position in this one completely. Sort of a king's gambit, or a king's Indian rather, type of position. Bishop drops back to e3, and it's always the question, why do you play bishop g5 if after h6 you're going to retreat to e3? Like, it's such a puzzling, why not just play bishop e3 then? Well, the h-pawn means that later white's going to gain time after black castles by playing queen d2, and black will need to spend even more time to play king h7.
Love highlighting that idea. We're probably going to see exactly that on the board with queen to d2, and here comes king h7. Oh, no. Okay, a little bit of a tempo gain, but the same idea will occur. In fact, computer doesn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, bishop c2 looks like a really, really natural reaction. It's on that square compared to a knight you always want to be on, where you're covering b3, a4, d3, e4. So just a feel-good move. And you know that this is just temporary because h6 needs defense. It's either going to be king h7 or it's going to be something like g5, which has its own concessions.
Yep. And now if you put the king on h7, you're putting on a diagonal that is newly opened. White might get really aggressive with moves like f4 or others coming. So what's funny about that tempo from black is it really doesn't do a lot, and the change of the structure I think will likely help white here in the long term. Will we see f4? Oh, yep, we do. Played right away.
F4 is a great looking move here, and the pieces for white are supremely placed, and this is exactly why you wanted to encourage the h6 move, because king h7 was not desirable with a bishop on c2. I really like this for Pragg. I think it's also a position that completely suits his play style. Also, not just f takes e5, which is a huge threat right now. The c5 knight would be loose, but even pushing the pawn forward to f5 is not something that is easy to deal with for Fabi. Like, are you going to play g5 and, you know, allow things to get weaker in that way? You certainly can't take.
Yeah, well said. You speak and I highlight. This is a good team. A lot easier to bring those ideas to life. All right. Well, as you said, white was threatening both fe and f5, so taking borderline felt like an only move, and now you've got a fun choice. You can take with the bishop on, hit d6, and then try to do some fun stuff. But you could also take with the knight and consider. Yeah, so Pragg does take with the knight. There has to be some tactics at some point coming in the air here. Whoa! Wow! We've had 2 games, Amon, and 2 only moves suggested by the computer that were retreating knight moves. I'm going to bet that Pragg doesn't play this move here. Just calling it on a limb that I don't know that he's going to play that move.
That's a bet which will pay you absolutely nothing. Knight e2 would just be shocking. I mean, if there's a guy to find it, it's Pragg. But I mean, rook a to e1, bishop d4, these moves all look very natural. Just adding some support to the bishop or moving it out of the way, because, you know, it's a piece that's just been attacked by rook e8. But I think that knight e2, this strange retreat, just has to do with the f7 pawn and trying to actively prevent knight f6 to e4, which might generate a lot of trades, and maybe the follow-up would be pawn f5 after that, and everything is under control. That's the weak point in the position. So what an amazing retreating move to play against this idea of knight e4. But as I said, bishop d4, Danny was looking way too logical.
Yeah, and also rook a1. Now, again, as you highlighted, we have the benefit of the computer and 2 talking heads here, so it's easier for us to be like, yeah, knight e2, once we see it recommended by the computer, makes sense. But such a hard move to play. And so, again, if you're just tuning in, we had a similar game, or not a very different position, but there was a retreating knight move that the computer said was the only move for Fabi to maintain the edge in game 1. And Fabi didn't find that either. Pragg did not find this one. And to your point, Amon, knight e4 is now on the board. Black is actually simplifying and defending everything here because f7 is not attacked.
Yep. So this is a definite achievement. Now, that being said, I need to see how this game plays out in the next couple moves, because there's something about white's position that I do still like. You can be very solid with either b3 or perhaps queen to c3. Queen b6 has been played, and I mean, if it's a mistake or a miss, you know that it has to do with bishop to d4, because, you know, that's clearly the idea, and not played. Well, Danny, I don't know if you want to
move that would have been.
I don't know if you want to go back.
Yeah, we have to show that. Bishop to d4 would have been absolutely wild. First of all, if the queen takes, white can trade. And at the end of the line, you can move the knight to attack the rook while also threatening rook takes f7. So this was the idea, everybody. And if the rook takes, even though there's a discovery, I'm assuming the move is just queen f2. Okay, yeah, that looks like what the computer would have said. And this is just winning for white.
Oof.
Wow.
That would be really, really unpleasant to see. But obviously, just a routine check. It looks like the only move to, you know, do anything different than king h1 is just hanging your piece again. So why bother? And he just doesn't give it more thought. So a really human series of moves there, both queen b6 and king h1. But, you know, that's why the engines are there to remind us there's always something else to consider.
It's crazy to me that we've had 3 only moves that could have changed games, and they were all retreating moves, Amon. This bishop retreating move, infamously known as maybe the hardest move to find in chess, this sort of backward bishop. But also 2 backward knight moves. So I don't know what it says about today, but we've got an odd universe ahead if we're going to see retreating moves all day that the human players playing so far have not found a single one of them. Again, no judgment. These are like crazy moves, but wild to see.
Yep, and if the rook doubles, like rook a to e8, you always have to give thought to knight e6, which is a great interposing move, just going right in the middle of everything. And of course, if the pawn would take, then the e4 rook would be hanging. So knight e6 is the reason why we're not seeing an automatic double.
Yeah, Fabi taking his time, ultimately trades. Now the queen takes with all kinds of fun ahead if queen e7 happens. And what if rook e8? What's his idea? I guess queen c3 check, maybe. Just simple.
Yep. And I mean, you talk about simple, queen c3, queen f6, and take your pick of where you want to drop that knight. Knight takes g6, knight h5, knight e6. Open up the rook and the queen on the f file, and the queen on b6 is looking like a non-participant, just a spectator on the queen side.
Yeah. It's funny how that check could have been met by a devastating bishop retreat earlier, but even though it wasn't, the queen still feels out of place. The black king is sort of faking protection now, right? It looks safe, but in reality, there are 3 pieces ready to gang up, and there are no pieces really ready to defend the leader over here. So Fabi taking time for good reason. And by the way, this is even bigger time advantage than Pragg had in game 1, almost 2 minutes on the clock.
Yep. Yeah, this is quite serious here. Queen c3 is very annoying, but so is queen e7. So I was almost thinking of queen d8 in that position, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if knight g6 even works now, but queen f6 and then knight g6. I mean, how do you defend f7, right? You kind of have to play like rook f8, but then there's knight g6, so it's really, really tough.
Let's bring the analysis board to show why queen d8 doesn't work, because I want to show it before it's played. The threat is knight h5. The problem here is on queen d8, white's going to play knight h5, threatening checkmate. If you take four count on f6, and if you take h5,
it's just going. Not knight h5, but queen d8 is on the board. This line is amazing, Danny, and I'm basically looking at 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock, and Pragg is the number 1 candidate to find something like this.
Yeah, okay. I mean, as I showed in the line, knight h5 and queen f7's come. No engine move. You're just calculating. He finds it. It's brilliant. Prague's going to go on to win the first game in this match.
Unbelievable. Danny, what a call out to show that line, because it just is exactly what we've seen right here. And it's resignation. What a victory from Pragg there.
Yeah, and that was as one-sided an affair as possible. Obviously, we had that awkward moment earlier where bishop d4 was possible, but even without it, black never got out of trouble. And ultimately, Pragg, what a dominant victory there. That definitely puts the experienced veteran Fabiano Caruana on notice here.
Yeah, and I just want to say it also is a bit of a nod to the time management, because that's the type of thing that if clocks were reversed, you're not finding knight h5. There's just no time. But he had 2 minutes. He paused. He knew there could be something, and what a great spot, as maybe that lit a fire in Fabiano, who's now played rook b1 and h4, and what on earth is he up to on the king side here?
I was gonna say this is the anti-chess you would teach a beginner player. You would say things like, "Hey, get your king safe. Don't play on both sides of the board, because where's this guy going to end up in the end?" Obviously, these guys are dealing with a different level of firepower when it comes to computer prep and things. But make no mistake, even if Fabi is playing a weird line, if he does get in trouble, it'll still be because of classic principles, because this king has nowhere to go. There's going to be a weird game here where both sides of the board are open, and maybe that's why he tries to get the queens off, but the computer thinks it's awful. Oh my God, knight e5.
Knight e5 is crazy, and it's somehow reminiscent of the previous tactic in a way. Of course, completely different, but at the same time, Pragg is kind of pausing here. Now, look, the other thing, though, that would almost make me pause for a moment is queen f3 is an incredibly strange move, because you just played h4. Like, even queen f3 and just taking it is odd. I don't think that's how Fabi's supposed to play this. So I think Pragg is pausing because queen f3 is a very strange reaction after h4.
Yeah. Yeah, and okay, and he gets away with it. Pragg misses knight e5. He kind of smelt something was odd, but doesn't ultimately find the knockout blow. And it just shows.
Fabi actually saw it. His face was like, yes. I got away with one.
Yeah. He got away with one there. I don't know that we're going to see a repeat of rook b1 h4, everybody. I think Fabi might just be happy if he gets away with even a draw in this game, given what could have been already.
Mm-hmm. Yep, agree. But the thing is, the other reason you're not hunting for a move like knight e5 as Pragg is you're playing with the black pieces. h4 has just been played, huge attack imminent, and then queen f3. So you're just he just sees a perfectly fine way to equalize. He's played it. I mean, he's got a great position. If that tactic didn't exist, we'd be looking at this and saying, well, Fabi's got nothing out of the opening. He launched an attack, traded queens a move later. You know, this is kind of a failure in the opening. So Prague has got to be happy.
You're totally right. If you snapped your fingers and just looked at this position, you'd say Prague got the best of the opening. Of course, we know there was a blunder earlier. Still, though, Prague is doing great. He's already up a game in the match. By the way, look at the clock. Up again a little bit on time. Not significant, but still. So far, the younger, less SCC experienced player of the two from India, Praggnanandhaa, he's been the better player so far through 3 games.
Yeah, early stages and very combative games as well. We've just seen misses, and honestly, very high level misses. These aren't like basic moves that these top players are missing. These are engine spots that even after you've told me, Danny, hey, this is what the engine says, I'm still struggling to justify and explain why that's the case.
Yep. All right, well, Fabi trying to justify his h4 move again, despite the queens being off the board. He's expanding a little bit on the king side. Maybe he wants to play g5. The one thing we'll say, okay, he's giving up the pawn, but doesn't he have bishop e4, bishop b4? That's what I was. Bishop f4. That's what I was. Oh,
yep.
Oh my gosh, he did have that, and Prague sacks the exchange.
Yep, a must do. If you're going to play knight d4, then this must be the intention. I think the position here is not even one I can call that easily, because I'm looking at bishop b2 and rook to g1. And the last move there, so underrated. h5 prevents black from playing h5, which would completely kill the g file altogether. So that move is incredibly important by Fabi, who actually seemed to have spotted this sacrifice because he responded instantly. So that h5 move is keeping this game in the balance, and bishop b2, rook g1 is a huge idea.
But I wonder if Prague is now regretting it. Maybe he missed h5 because now he's down on the clock for the first time in the game. Maybe the match, by the way, if you're just tuning in. And I was about to highlight that the one thing White had going for him was the bishop pair with this idea, and I couldn't even finish that thought because we went to the exchange sack. I think Prague is regretting a little bit of this, to your point. The long diagonal in the G file is going to be super irritating to deal with, given that you cannot cement that bishop and protect the G pawn. So advantage Fabi right now. We'll see if he can level the match.
Yeah, Danny, if you want to take the move h5 back and just play the move rook hg1, just to visually show, because this is about to get real ugly. Takes rook g1, h5, bishop b2, and then knight g6, for example. We're looking at a completely different position. The h pawn needs attention. Black's going to play rook d8, rook e8. It's such a different game than what we're seeing on the live board. And Fabi had that h5 move ready. So just those little moves, it's like these guys can calculate everything, find the exchange sack, but missing something so small like h5 really tilts the position.
Yeah, well said. Completely different position now. The fact that Black has 2 pawns for the exchange, the math is equal, right, in terms of 5 points, but the position is not, because White is playing with the threats that Black cannot stop, given to what you said. The bishop will have to move. Black is probably going to try to do something nutty here, if I had to guess, which I think is maybe the right idea, because if the position opens up, counterplay starts to happen against Fabi's king, but again, I'm too lazy to calculate, so I'm just giving the practical advice of what I would do as Black and not let White just dominate the G file. Okay, he takes my practical advice. We'll see if it's a good thing. He has to do something here. Yeah,
there was not really, because if you play f6, White is just going to eventually play e5. That's not going to be a stable blocking of the diagonal. So things were going to open up no matter what, Danny. There was no way for Prague, which means that just because of that h5 move, I'm feeling like Fabi is turning this game into something good.
Yeah. It's funny. Now the computer says that was a miss. Should have played more forcing stuff. Fabi loves this idea, but Prague finds the only move. It's a fork threat on d2, and Black is maintaining the balance at least as best he can right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think about rook c7 anyway. Like, if you allow rook d2, rook takes b2, but you take on e7, I'm thinking that there might be an idea to bring maybe the rook on h1 into the game, rook c1, rook c7, double rooks on the 7th, even at the cost of almost all of our pawns, Danny.
I'm with you. Fabi is probably calculating something like that right now, peeking at the clock. It's about a 40-second time advantage. Fabi prevents king d2 instead. Computer actually likes it. Probably the best move there. Rook c7 is back on the menu. You got to watch. Oh, Oh, Fabi has a trick. Rook c7 would have allowed a fork, but he has rook to g1, and the problems on g7 are back on the board.
Yeah, and this is a one mover. You can try rook d3 here, hoping for king takes e4, bishop f5. But to be honest, first of all, that might not be enough, but g7 is still a problem. So I don't know what to recommend.
I highlighted king f4. Fabi plays it. The pieces are overworked here. Maybe even rook to c7, by the way. I don't know if the sack is possible, but
Yep, do
it's
it.
looking tasty.
Do it. There's no other move that really increases the pressure from what I can see.
Yeah.
You know, rook c7, rook g8.
You do your tactics, boys and girls. We have a windmill on the board threatened. If you take on g7, white is going to get every check you could ever imagine on the black king here and just start winning major materials. So rook to c7 is threatening. Okay, this is a nice move because now when the knight takes, you have a check on f4.
You know, king takes e4, a brave and strange move, but it gets out of everything. And why not? Take it and run away.
Yeah, get the king out of dodge, maybe even to d3 now and eventually tuck it to bed over here. Okay, he goes back to f4. What's his plan next? Maybe he'll just rinse and repeat, but I actually think the safest was to run the king to the queen side and tuck it to bed over there on b1. But okay, I think Fabi will go for it the second time around.
Yeah, you can play king d3. You can also play probably even king d5, king c6.
Yeah.
I think almost anything is good enough here, but there's something that feels safer to both of us, Danny, about going backwards, you know, familiar territory.
Yep. Well, now black will have to play rook to g8. Probably Fabi takes on a7 first. Okay, eventually the rook will have to go to g8 is my point. You will run out of checks and you will have to defend the pawn.
And look at the pieces. The bishop on h3 is completely stuck because the knight on f5 is stuck. And if the rook goes to g8, it's going to be stuck. You can't move anything.
Yeah, this is wild. I've never seen so many pieces on the board in a small area where they are this confined. This is torture. Okay, the king goes to c1. By the way, he's just avoiding a check by the knight for good measure. I don't even know that you had to do that, but Fabi...
Well, he might have been concerned about bishop g4. Just a weird move to activate a piece and take on h5 with knight e3 check. So he's saying, look, you can't move a single thing. I'm going to make sure that's actually true.
What a find by Amon Hamilton, everybody. Always anticipate threats. If the king was here, bishop g4, that's a knight fork on e3. I'm not going to go back and show it. Use your visualization skills if you have them. But now you can play rook g6 at some point. Okay, you don't want to let the bishop out. So if you're Fabi, you're just trying to be surgical about this because every single black piece is stuck.
Yep, I think you want to bring your king to b4. And as long as you go a3, b4, c5, b6, I'm not seeing any sneaky checks. And then you can even tuck the bishop on e5 back to b2, so it's out of the way.
What a fun position. Can we just snapshot this, everybody? If this is the level of chess we're going to have from the rest of the day, Pragg is living on the increment. Fabi is just working it with no diggity on the queen side. He's going to get the king to a6. What a very instructive and clean finish here from Caruana. By the way, checkmate is threatened. Rook g8 and the other rook to g7.
Yep. Which means we might need to see rook e8 or just resignation. And the match has evened up at 1.5. But I will say, and I actually have the ability to say this, Danny, having been here for all of the matches so far, this is the most exciting start to any of the matches, just in terms of the types of positions that we've gotten, the fact that it is even afterwards. I mean, we're seeing pure entertainment on the board.
Can't argue with you. Like you said, you've done all the matches. I think the last one you and I did with Keimer and So also started oddly, but it felt like there were more weird games. Here, I agree with you. I feel like just as far as the emotional pressure of each game feels super close and intense. So hopefully we get another thriller. By the way, is the match you and I did that went to overtime, Keimer and So, the last time you've had an overtime match? I think it is. So you and I have been lucky with close matches.
Yep. And then Eric and I actually did most of the blowout matches in round one. So that's just each of you bring a different type of energy. Danny, you bring the close match energy. Let's go.
Bring in the close match energy as that's what they've told me forever, usually because of my own blunders. But okay, we've got a close match here, at least so far. Let's hope it stays that way because we all want that. Bishop f1, a fun move, right? You keep the bishop here. You're going to kick the pony out and maybe fianchetto the old-fashioned way. But Fabi went back to this A5, the Petrosian variation of the King's Indian, for those who speak opening theory. It didn't work out for him last game, but this is a different position now.
Yeah, and sometimes when you play G3, you do get knight H5. But at times, it becomes tempting to play moves like G5 and just leave the knight on F4. The thing about that is it's usually a little bit more tempting when the king is already castled. And we see G3, A4. So this, I don't know if I want to say this is prep, but absolutely a familiar idea for King's Indian players to leave this knight on the F4 square. And there's so many ways you can do that.
What a fun idea, and I love that Fabi played it so fast. I practically lost my breath. Let's show the analysis board here. I think we got to look at this because this is too much stuff
wild.
going on to not explain to the team, to the fans. So if white takes here, black takes first, and when white takes back, there's all kinds of craziness, including things like A3, where you undermine the pawn, which is defending the knight. What other key lines would we highlight here?
Yeah, well, this is the main one. The thing is, after A4, you're also playing A3 anyway. The nastiest thing about a knight on F4 is that if you don't take it for one move, it'll bite you even harder the next move. So it's not a piece you can just leave there. So you're desperately trying to find a way to take it. If it can't do it now, you might consider A3. Like, let me just prevent black from playing A3 by playing A3 myself. Now, I think we're looking at pawn takes on F4, but don't rule out even G5 here or pawn takes on E4. There's so many ways you can continue to hang that knight.
Well, you called it, A3 was played, but now, as you said, the knight can bite. You actually willingly sacrifice it if you're Fabi, just to trap the dark square bishop. Every move I'm playing is actually on the board, boys and girls. This is a weird sacrifice of a pawn for black that gives you a very dominant knight on the dark square and a long-term advantage of a dark square bishop that white lacks. So this is a pawn sacrifice for long-term compensation by Caruana.
That is a very cool idea, knight D3 and F4. I don't think I've seen exactly that before. So that was really neat to see. But that being said, the bishop on C2 compared to the knight on C5, I always find that to be that ideal square. The question is, though, even though white's position is pretty good and there is an extra pawn, I don't know how we persist on the king side. If you play F4, it helps black as much or maybe more than it helps white. So I'm not sure about the move F4. And without F4, I don't think we're doing anything on the king side. Meanwhile, B5 is the intention for Fabi.
Which is why white played queen to E2, everybody, to defend that square. And I love what you highlighted, because this is one of those very deceptive positions, everyone. The computer says white has an edge, and the computer really likes the pawn and the space. So that's what it's sort of evaluating. But the long-term factors really favor black, because this bishop has no white counterpart to challenge it. And that means, as Aman said, like, if you make any advancing moves, you often actually make black's position better. So with compensation here, I think that we're in for another very close game.
Absolutely. And we talk about the dynamic start to this match. This is another remarkably interesting position with a ton of imbalances in terms of the actual material, pawn advantage for Prague, but also the minor pieces, the bishop pair and the control of the dark squares for Fabi. One thing that you can also consider for black in the future is the move H4 to try to encourage white to maybe play G4 or even to capture, which would really weaken the dark squares in the position. If you don't play H4, maybe white will play H4 themselves. Just play H4 to stop that idea, and then perhaps H4, F3 for white to really close things down. But as much as the engine is saying, yeah, white's slightly better, I really struggle to find that active idea. In the long term, I maybe would target the A4 pawn, but I'm struggling a little bit to find white's play.
Yeah, and by the way, so is Prague. He's now been thinking for more than a minute, and he's down about a minute on the clock. So, yes, white is up a pawn. Oh my gosh, he plays G4 willingly. Computer doesn't like it, neither do I. That is just inviting hell on the dark squares long term.
You heard me, Danny. I was trying to work to get white to play G4, and then I see it on the board here. So I'm with you. This does not look good, but let me tell you, Prague knows that it doesn't look good. So if he's playing it, that's desperation, and that's just the practical element that the computer is never going to be able to evaluate properly. It was tough to play. You don't want to play without a plan. So he said, a bad plan is better than no plan.
Yeah, and maybe he's just accepted that he doesn't like his position, like you said. Bad plan, better than no plan. If he's worse, maybe he can lock it up on the light squares and kind of hold. But it doesn't feel good. I mean, Black can play Queen F7 here first and try to gain a tempo. You could play
Mhm.
H4, which is I think H4 is like the natural human response, but maybe Queen F7 is slightly more accurate. I don't know. Um,
Yeah, it's also not clear to me that even the open G file, it's not clear that White's the one that gets to use it. Because Black can play King H7 and Rook G8 just as easily. And yeah, like I said, it's it's not like Black's king is in any danger. I don't feel that at all.
It's a good point. You just made me realize something I was forgetting. The queen is actually protecting H5. So Black could have even played King H7 there as well and prepared. But okay, we get something similar to what we talked about. Black bringing a battery down the F file. White has to defend that knight somehow. How do you... Oh, you take, but then you give up F2 at some point.
Yeah, bishop G5 first because the G pawn would be hanging in some of those lines. So now the knight has to retreat and we will take on F2. And it's, again, an extra pawn. But this time, even the engine is saying, okay, now I actually agree that Black is a little bit better.
You know you got problems when you're up a pawn and the computer likes the other side. This is an awkward position for White. Pragg back on the clock, down 30 seconds. Again, it's blitz, so anything can happen, but really like Fabiano's ability to turn this one around. If you're just tuning in, game 2 was a King's Indian that went Prague's way. If game 4 is a King's Indian that goes Caruana's way, that'll be an opening adjustment potentially for Pragg to consider going forward.
Okay, and let's remember this A pawn. I mentioned it a while ago. If you play something like Rook A to F8 here as Black, in comes Knight D3, hits the Knight on C5, the Rook on F2, and the Knight on C5 is going to disappear one way or another there, whether it's exchanged or gets exchanged, and the A pawn will get captured. So usually that A pawn is something you kind of have to part with, unless you're willing to leave your rook on A8 and just keep it guarded. But it's tough to play without that rook when you feel it's so necessary on the other side of the board.
I was just going to say, but maybe in the meantime, you can try to get rid of the white knight before you commit. I just love this move, bishop e3. I wanted to highlight it because you threatened to take here and double the pawns, which not only ruins White's queenside structure, but also defends this a4 pawn. So bishop e3, a great move, I think, from Caruana. Computer says that White has to find knight d3 now.
Yep. And knight d3 is not a difficult move to find. What's difficult to quote-unquote find is the next move after the eventual bishop d4, because this is the plan. Get rid of that knight, then bring the rook over to f8. This extra pawn is so artificial. It's not something that either one of these players is concerned about. Fabi will play a full endgame down a pawn, no problem.
I was going to say, if you told me just tuning into this position that White was up a pawn, I'd go, where's the extra pawn? Like, you can't even see the extra pawn, at least not optically easily, right? That tells you the level of dominance Black has. Okay, you can take here and try to go for an obstacle bishop ending, but Black will take, and then you're going to get smoked after you take b2. So, wow, tough position. And by the way, down to less than 30 seconds for Pragg.
Mm-hmm. And we're just seeing the double, right? Rook d2, rook f2, bringing every piece in. And so what about h5? Like this is basically something you can completely ignore.
Yeah, if the other rook gets to f2, it's lights out. I think knight... Oh, he doesn't find knight d1. I was going to say, I think knight d1 is...
Rook h2 now. Yeah, rook h2 and rook f2. You gain a tempo on the h-pawn.
Oh, man. It's getting ugly. You could even just play g5 here and say, where's your move? Maybe take on c3 too, but looks like another frozen position ahead for Pragg, and he does play g5.
Yep, this is really tough. Bishop e3 is going to win the game in a lot of cases, so the rook on g3 is a little bit tied down, and even here, no pieces can move. If you capture this knight on b5, basically everything's frozen. However, then you start to wonder, okay, how do I break through exactly? I would start moving the king.
Yeah, you got to move the king, but like you said, we have a frozen position. The bishop can't move because of mates. The rook can't move because it has to guard the bishop. If this rook moves off the third rank, everybody, bishop e3 is lights out.
And we've seen
just
this,
highlighting. Yeah, we saw it last game. Oh my God, Pragg just resigned.
He didn't move. No, I mean, I can't even find a move, so I don't blame him, but he does go down on time there.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know if he was trying to make a move, but at least if that was the case, Danny, I'm not gonna lie, it was a really, really bad position. So I don't think, even if he was trying to make a move, that it would have affected things at all.
He didn't resign. I was wrong about that. He lost on time. I think when we come back, I'd love to just show everybody how Fabi was going to win, because I'm looking at this epic King March I'm on. But okay, we got to move on, talk about the score. It is Caruana before our first break with a 1-game lead, 2.5, 1.5 over Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, just a really, really exciting match so far, Danny. 2.5, 1.5. It is just razor thin margins. And we've seen multiple positions now where it's been one-sided to the point that you can make any chess move you want and the opponent can't react. That is a crazy type of domination that we've seen, and we've actually seen it from both sides. So a really, really exciting one. We're at the midway point of the 5+1 portion, and we are going to now take a break along with the players. But before we do, I want to let everyone know about Neuro and how you can level up your chess game with Neuro. Energy and focus products have got you covered with natural caffeine, vitamins for when you need to lock in. You can reduce stress and stay centered with calm and clarity. And after a long day, wake up refreshed with sleep and recharge melt away mints. I think I need one of those, because good energy is your best opening. And whether you need more energy, more calm, or more rest, stay sharp with Neuro. Save 15% with code CHESS15 at go.chess.com/Neuro. And Danny, you and I are going to take a break, but more 5+1 action in this epically close final round of 16 matchup between Fabi and Prag right after this.
Another pep talk? Nah, you're past that. High fades, but good energy, that stays. Workout, workday, whatever. We're here for it all damn day. It's never just one thing. Be ready for everything. Mind sharp, focus locked. Don't just move forward. We've got good energy. Neuro Gum and Mints.
For the first time in the esports World Cup history, the absolute best chess players in the world.
EWC is the biggest tournament in my calendar this year.
The two highest rated chess players in the world battling it out at EWC.
It's always fun to see Magnus act like a little child when he loses a game instead of accepting defeat humbly.
I want to win everything that's in front of me. GG! I got my bow and arrow ready. I've shot one falcon. I want to shoot one more.
Magnus Carlsen takes the victory, world #1, and now esports World Cup champion.
It's been unlike anything that I've seen. I really hope that this is a big part of the future.
Have you ever wished you could just play game after game against a coach who actually teaches you stuff? Imagine a coach that plays at your level, tailors challenges for you, and even gives you feedback while you play. Well, buckle up, because that's exactly what we built. Introducing Play Coach on Chess.com. You can now literally play a full-on game against Coach, who talks to you, points out threats, praises your genius bishop moves, and gently roasts you for missing that fork that's been there for more than 5 moves. Here's how it works. Go to chess.com/play/coach, or just hit up Play Coach in the app. Pick your color, choose the difficulty, and boom, you're in. You can even customize your coach. Don't like their vibe? Change it up. Choose a new coach. Want more or less help? Toggle move suggestions, turn on or off threat arrows, the eval bar. You are in control. Coach will break down your play as you go. We're talking real-time feedback here. Strategic tips, motivation, compliments when you crush it, hints when you need them, all of it targeted exactly at your level. Total beginner? Coach will teach you opening principles, basic tactics, and king safety. More advanced? Then Coach will give you tips on pawn structure, positional ideas, the works. So stop wasting time. Go to chess.com/play/coach, fire up a game, and actually start getting better. Coach is waiting for you on the board, and I'll see you around on chess.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night-driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone at zenni.com.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Danny and myself were, so excited in the break to take a look at this game that was honestly just remarkable. There's so many of these, Danny. So I know you were mentioning that we could get in and take a look at basically how to conclude this game that we never saw the conclusion of.
Yeah, King F7 was played, and then Pragg lost on time, and we were trying to highlight that everything about White's position is frozen. Bishop can't move without consequences. Rook can't move without consequences to the bishop, and if this rook moves off, the bishop will come to e3. Amon pointed out one idea Pragg would have had with more time might have been this, to try to get Black to maybe make a mistake with bishop e3, since now Rook F1 can be played in this exact moment, right, because it's pinned. But then, as you said, Black can make, almost any king move, king e7, or anything to get off, and suddenly White is just frozen to all kinds of problems here.
Yeah, and I love the move king e7 because it highlights that, honestly, the worst part about White's position is that you have to move. But if you could somehow pass the position and just say, oh, I won't move, then Black would go king d8, king c8, king b8. And you can highlight that that journey, Danny, as the king will make it up, take that pawn, and then, start steamrolling on the queen side. But because White actually has to move, there's no good move to make. You play a rook e1 to stop bishop e3. Remember, the bishop on c2 and the rook on c1 are frozen. Black can also go rook f2 to g2, pick up the g pawn, pick up the h pawn. Plus, you've still got this king journey you can take. It was basically going to be another game where Pragg was going to have to sit there and shuffle, which is the most unpleasant thing to do.
Well, Pragg's going to need some energy to turn this around. You mentioned right before the break that you wish you had some neurogum. So just so you know, I was shuffling around in my backpack at the break, and actually I have some for you if you want. Go ahead, you can take some right here.
Oh yeah,
movie
that,
magic.
Yeah. Right here.
Next time
I got it.
Next time we'll movie magic it so you have some on your end. But I actually will bite into a piece of this right now. Anyway, Pragg needs some energy, and yeah, he's got to turn it around because getting frozen, not just losing, but the last two ways he lost, really being frozen, can't feel good right now.
No, and I'm going to be completely honest. A win like that feels like more than 1 point. It's a demoralizing victory for the opponent, demoralizing loss rather, and it just really empowers you. If you ever put your opponent in a position like that, Danny, you've really outplayed them. Like it's a different type of victory. So I know the score is 2.5, 1.5, but having been in a couple of those positions, especially for someone who I consider a bit more of an active defender like Pragg, that's a very tough spot to be. And he is certainly going to be trying to play in a way where, yes, he might have to defend or play from his back foot, but he never wants to be in that spot ever again.
Yeah. Like you said, not all losses feel the same. That's a loss that is definitely frustrating. But to remind everybody of how we got to the score, the one win Prague had felt probably equally as frustrating for Fabi. It wasn't a full sort of borderline Zugzwang of being frozen, but it was dominant for Prague, and Black was completely destroyed in the end. So Prague just needs to find that juice again, and try to bring this thing back to even.
Yeah, and we have this sort of a double fianchetto setup here. This is something that can get back into a Maroczy structure with pawn to e4, but usually the indication with queen captures on d4 is that the queen will move as it has, and usually the e-pawn will stay at home so that the diagonal is open, and you get these ideas like bishop h6, like knight g5, in the future knight d5 to hopefully distract that f6 knight. And, you know, it's kind of a tame start here, but there are some real attacking ideas.
Yeah, it's funny because it started out as an English opening, and you often think long positional grind ahead. But yeah, there's some very real tactics here. The bishop is undefended, so if a discovered attack happens in a dangerous way, things could fall apart quickly. Right now, Black is safe, in large part because of this second knight, which guards this f6 knight. So you're not really worried that much about tactics here, but you do have to be careful. By the way, rook c5, what a fun move there. Meet a queen lift with a rook lift.
Yeah, rook c5 is a great move. It's actually an entirely thematic idea in this exact opening. So I was glad we were able to see that on the board from Prague. The idea, as you're pointing out, rook h5, which required a decision or some sort of action with that bishop on h6. It's not the preferred course here for Fabi. You don't want to take on g7 and have the king take. You want to take back on h6. So that's not what he wanted at all. And rook c5 forced that out of him.
Yeah, not ideal for Fabi as far as keeping the attack goes. I love the queen and bishop battery. Even if it doesn't amount to anything, can we just applaud how pretty that looks on the log diagonal? Question is whether Fabi wants to simplify it and trade or figure out something else to do. Maybe get the queen out of being on the king side since the attack is no longer really working.
Yeah, queen to a8 also allows the rook from f8 to slide over to c8. And remember, when you have this pawn on c4, whether you get a pawn on e4 for white or not, you still, as Black, have the same sort of breaks in the structure. It's always d5 and b5 to look out for. So those are the two pawn breaks that we're going to be expecting at some point, and, you know, build up towards it with a6, b5, or maybe even d5 very directly. Might even be possible here, although I wouldn't do it with the pin on the f6 knight.
Yeah. Well, a6, b5 is what the doctor ordered, Dr. Amon in the house, and it is played. White can play a4 if you want to overprotect it and slow it down a little bit. Okay, knight a4 gains a tempo on the rook, and if it moves to the wrong square, White will just gather this pawn. So that's a tricky move to respond to. Are you really going to put the rook on c6? That feels scary.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit strange. The thing about knight a4 is it's always a temporary move because Black has a great move b5. But obviously we can't play it because the rook is hanging. We have this pawn to worry about. So rook a5 is the answer. And I mean, with a2 hanging, I guess this does work. And remember that knight on f3 doesn't really have anywhere useful to go because of the pressure on the bishop behind it.
So funny, and there hasn't been a big swing of eval bar, so as awkward as these moves look, they probably were the best moves according to the computer. And okay, Fabi decides to take it, which is going to get an exchange that Amon just called for. A2 for b6 in the end, with an immediate retreat of the queen where she's guarding the pawns and attacking e7. The position is roughly level.
Yeah, and it's really strange to have this rook on a2. This is almost like a study. I would look at this position and think to myself, how did the rook get on a2? There's no open file at all.
Yeah, it's funny. You're right. How did the rook get to a2, everybody? You have to come up with the path if you didn't know the game. Okay, well, now the rook is probably going to trade on a2. And even though the computer says it's even, given the direction of the game, I'm kind of liking what Fabi's doing. Just because a6 is weak, it feels like you have a 2-on-1 majority, though it's not really that clear. Although the more I think about it, maybe b3 is just as weak as a6, is what Pragg would say, and the position is equal for a reason.
Yeah, I think from some experience playing, not this exact position, but these type of fianchetto or double fianchetto positions, I think what we're looking at is generally a big achievement for Black. anytime you have this, it's likely that the A pawn will trade for something. Like you're not just going to lose the A pawn. So your goal is maybe to win the B pawn or win the E pawn. And if you can ever get rid of the A pawn for something, the resulting structure, almost no matter what, is going to be preferred because it's just such a solid, D6 to H7 pawn chain. So I think this is something, especially with all the pieces traded, that Pragg is very happy about. The knight will slide into the C5 square, whether it's D7, C5, or recapturing on E4. So I'm feeling like it's, yes, about equal, but normally if you're equalizing in this way with black, you've achieved something.
No, it's really well said. And if B3 falls, C4 will become the weakest pawn on the board. And to Amon's point, if both C4 and B3 are the ones that fall for A6, again, because this pawn makes this pawn weak, Fabi doesn't like that endgame because black can win this 5-on-4. Often we think when pawns are on one side of the board, it's going to be a draw. But don't take your eye off the ball, because knight endings and knights and rook together in particular, you can convert and win those endgames. So to that point, Fabi is not interested in losing the B3 pawn.
Yeah, rook A3 guarding, and I'm looking at queen B4 because we should be looking at queen B4. It hits the rook and it hits the knight on E1, so it's a very simple fork. And after that move, there's no knight C2. There is queen C1, which keeps everything protected, because we're probably not going to be playing rook back to A1.
Yeah, and if you did, you'd lose B3 and we'd get those lines. So yeah, I think your queen C1, what a weird move to have to play, but I think you're right. If queen B4 is on the board, we probably will see queen to C1. And somehow Fabi's actually holding everything, right? It doesn't look good, but white is still solidly defending.
And I think that's also why we saw bishop takes G2, because the knight on E1, if the bishops were exchanged without the knight having to recapture, I think that knight would rather go to D3. Maybe C2, but D3 looks like a great square. It supports B4, maybe even supports moving pawn to B4. And then the action goes to the A pawn, which becomes weak. So instead, the knight looks not as good on the G2 square.
Yeah. Okay, interesting exchange offer here from Pragg. Of course, if you take the white queen gone, meaning black is getting the plan Amon talked about, a knight heading over here is probably just going to be great for black. So if you're white, you really don't want to trade and let the knight in. You'd almost rather play F3 and allow black to trade, so that in the end you're guarding this E4 square. To your point, the knight would much rather be over here helping the problems, not sitting on G2 and just looking at them.
Yeah, and queen B1 it's a pretty nice looking move at the moment, because there's nowhere for you've almost back rank mated yourself with this fianchettoed knight, which is why it's just not good. So H3 is played. Okay, you're controlling the square there on G4, but I think it's just a little bit more safe of a move than F3. Although if we could guarantee black would exchange the queens, then I do prefer your F3 move for the endgame. But I think it might have been queen B1 that kept it a little bit dicey.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Now, of course, if you play queen B1, the king goes to H2. There's no fork. The pawn guards it. Okay, you're going for the plan, but I think in the end, Fabi was thinking he'll get knight D5 with a tempo. Maybe the knight is headed to C7. So we're about to get some forcing exchanges where I think a number of weak pawns are going to leave the board for good.
And we need to see, I mean, if knight C5 happens here on the very next move, that might just be a win, because you're going to win the B pawn and you're not going to lose the A pawn. So knight C5 is a massive threat at the moment. And it means we're either going to see rook takes A6 or knight D5. Okay, knight C2 in order to play B4 is another way to do it. But yeah, I think it had to be actually very careful there as Fabi.
Yeah, knight C2 is it's a defensive move. You're meeting knight to C5 with B4. And at least then the A6 pawn falls. So again, it's holding with passive moves, but it is accurate so far. Otherwise, the computer would have been yelling us over here on that eval bar. So still roughly level, and Pragg can't forget that his pawn is also hanging.
Yeah, there's a reason that we're looking at, around an equal position here. But I will say, with time starting to become a factor, look at this. If you lose the A pawn for the B pawn, that's kind of the structure I've been talking about from the start. It benefits black. So Fabi's desperately trying to not allow that and, play F3, bring his king into the game, kick the knight, and then go after the A6 pawn.
just so funny to see the knight go to a1 and applaud, because the knight on a1 is defending everything perfectly. The pawn now guards the knight's escape, and the king's coming in. Again, Prag's not losing the knight. You can always play knight b1 with a tempo and get out to c3, but wait, you have to be super careful here, because there are ideas where the knight gets trapped.
But you're not getting your knight c3. Following your thoughts there, Danny, you're not getting out. And by the way, I'm playing king e1, not king e3, so that I don't allow knight f1. And then the knight's going to go to b1, and yeah, you really are going to get trapped.
Yeah, he plays rook a2 first, king f2. King f2 actually would have trapped the knight, I think, by force, or force some sort of awkward move. So Pragg has underestimated what could happen to his knight.
a5, a4? Oh, I don't know about that move.
Sitting tight.
A5, a4 is going to free the knight. That was a little bit of a miss by Fabi. He rushed it. Rushed the idea. He knew the idea, but he didn't have to go that quick.
Yeah. Well, I just don't understand why he didn't follow f3 with king f2 right away. And again, obviously these guys are playing very high-level chess with low time, but it would seem that after f3, king f2 is the next... Did he just blunder? He just mouse slip?
Oh my goodness. What?
He just mouse slip. Oh my god.
And that's a crazy mouse slip, because it's like one of those things where the mouse was just kind of loose on the screen. He didn't even make a move there. Rook c3 would have been a blunder. Rook d5, maybe he wanted to play, but a lot of moves were mistakes there. That is a huge, costly error.
Well, I think I know what happened, if we want to bring up the analysis board, because sometimes you can put yourself in the shoes of a time scrambling player. Actually, I don't even know. Am I able to pull up that last game? But yeah, just to quickly show on the analysis board, if we bring up the live board separately, I think what happened, Aman, was Fabi was anticipating a different move and had touched his rook. And so when the knight moved attacking the knight, he had already touched his rook. So he tried to unclick it, Aman. He tried to unclick on c5, but instead he unclicked on c4. And so I think he wanted to maybe make a different move, right? He was hoping for like a rook c7 or something else. But when this move happened, he had already touched his rook and then misclicked, and that's how we got that blunder.
Yep, and it can be clicking. Some players like myself have the drag, so you're actually actually picked up by the mouse, so it's in the air, and so you've got it in the air, and you're almost like you just want to throw it around to somewhere that's not the the worst square in the world. And he thought he was dropping it back on the starting square, dropped it on c4 by accident, and all of a sudden 2.5, Danny, from a game that truthfully should have ended peacefully, and maybe a few moves prior should have been a Fabiano win.
Yeah, no, absolutely crazy. Again, if you only saw the scramble there, Fabi had a weird chance to maybe trap the knight, ultimately doesn't find that, should have drawn and loses. So if this match comes down to a single game and or goes Prague's way, that is going to be one that we remember. Because I don't think I've seen a mouse slip. I haven't seen a mouse slip like that in a while, at least not in the SCC games I've been following this year.
Agree. Yeah. And sometimes you see a mouse slip and it's more of like dropping it on the wrong square. But this one was clearly, picking the piece up and not dropping it properly. So it is unique, but it all comes back to the fact that it's an online event, Danny, and you mouse dexterity and being good with it. It's more than just time scrambles, but actually managing the mouse and how to use it properly. So enough about that. As we're back into a King's Indian type of position yet again, but this time with G4 played. And the reason I wanted to take a moment and talk about this is we're looking at a position that, to my eyes, is very close to, I don't want to say winning, but I'm big advantage here. Normally, if you can play G4, stop the F5 idea, you can go all in. Like there's H4, H5. There's even this knight on D2 that you could reroute to the G3 square, which is usually the best place to put that piece, supporting this same idea. And then on top of that, there's also the move G5. You can play it because H5 is covered, so there's no place for that knight to go. It has to go to E8, and then you might play H5, H4, H5 after.
I think that's what the computer wanted, by the way, with that subtle miss. But I still like White's position. I think everything you highlighted makes sense. And this is the first King's Indian we've seen where Fabi didn't get the Petrosian idea. For those of you who've been following the whole match, Fabi has consistently had the early A5 advance, which is a Petrosian King's Indian, and that knight on the queen side goes this way. Here you see the knights in more of a kind of a traditional King's Indian idea, but it's usually only a good one when you're the one attacking. You only want the knights kind of getting in each other's way when you have this opportunity for space. So just adding more to Amon's point of why the computer loves white so much here, because this is not a good setup. Black is very cramped, and the knights are going to have to start going backwards. So, oh, wow, Fabi sacks the pawn instead.
Yeah, knight e8 is so undesirable as a move because at this point I will probably take the b pawn on knight e8 and it'll be just even better than this. At least here, if now you've got a tough choice because you wanted to just go ahead and profit the b pawn, but on knight e8 you're not worried about anything else. You would just go ahead and take it. Now, if you take on b5, the knight's jumping into f4 as you're highlighting. So now I'm torn. Do I take the b pawn? Do I take the h pawn? If I take on h5 twice, I'm allowing b4. I'm also allowing maybe an eventual f5, knight g6. It's getting very double-edged, and white was about to enjoy a very comfortable, safe extra pawn. Now it's nothing of the sort.
Yeah, well said. And maybe, as the computer pointed out earlier, g5 would have been a little more accurate than the move h4, but Pragg should still be better if he can figure out the complications, though, as we said before, okay, he goes for this pawn, but this is the kind of pawn that we said before. The dark square bishop has a lot of potential if this game starts opening up, especially with the queen side advances here. So, very different game now.
Do not like this at all. And this is an opinion shared without calculation. So I don't know what's going to happen over the next couple moves, but I know that for white, this is not how the position is supposed to go. And for black, it is. This is an open game, a tactical game. f5, b4, you can play on both sides of the board. The rook might invade on c2. The f file is going to open. And castling means that if on f5, you take on f6 en passant, the pawn on h4 is also now loose. So there's so many reasons why the white king might actually be vulnerable on the king side, even though it looked like white was attacking a second ago.
I love f5. Computer loves it too. That's not me. That's a computer blue arrow suggesting it. I think black can actually play other moves, knight f4 and b4. So sometimes we see that blue arrow and it really is an only move. In this particular position, I think black has pressure no matter what, but f5 is the best move, to Amon's point, because if white en passant, you can take with almost anything and the h-pawn is falling and the king is open. So we'll see if Fabi finds f5 or another move, but either way, this has not gone the direction that Pragg wanted.
Yeah, and this bishop h3 move seems to indicate the intention of playing maybe queen d7. There's just a funny way to trap the queen with bishop g4. So, yeah, I think that's his plan there. And this requires the queen to sort of vacate. But then there goes the h-pawn. And you've immediately, at the minimum, you've equalized the material if you want it. But as we've talked about, there's f5, there's b4, there's other ways to play.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was highlighting, that yes, f5 was suggested by the computer, whereas this one really is an only move for white. If you don't bring the queen back, you will lose her where she stands on h5. So Pragg does find it, but now knight takes h4. I mean, maybe bishop g4. I mean, so many moves here. The position feels very dangerous for white. Yeah,
I would probably take that. Maybe what he's looking at is that knight h4, queen g3. If the knight just goes back to g6, you could maybe consider knight takes b5 with the queen overloaded on d7. But all of these are very kind of loose tactics. They don't feel confident and well calculated for white. They seem a little desperate.
Yep, agreed. By the way, the traditional King's Indian idea we're always thinking of, knight f4, is also still possible, because if you take there's b4 in the end of a lot of lines, and the dark square bishop comes to life. So I don't think black wants to sack more pawns right now. Okay, maybe he will play knight f4 soon. This is a fun idea if you just put the bishop on h5, by the way, kind of surgery on the white squares. Wow, he ends up doing it because he loves the fact that the queen guards b5. Now b4 and knight f4 are on the agenda.
Yep. Love both of those moves. Not to mention f5 is eternally a good looking move and could be a feature of the position, but that's a really nice idea. Tucking the bishop on h5. The queen is fully tied down to the h4 pawn, and again, struggling to even locate moves here in the position.
We've had a theme today. When Pragg gets in trouble, he's feeling frozen, right? And
yeah, it's a good point. We're not quite there with this one, but we're the makings are in.
Well, if knight f4 happens, I mean, you have to take that knight because of other types of threats, which would be a very kind of forcing idea where you open up the dark square bishop, and again, b4 is just super dangerous. So this is a thematic King's Indian plan, which is why it's easy to spot. And this just feels like a really tough position for white. Okay, f3 is not a fun move, but maybe kind of the only move. Here comes the idea we've been calling for.
Yeah, this is a really nice one. And I should point out, rook takes c3 is the biggest threat in the position, threatening to win on the spot with knight e2. So that's going to require a reaction. Queen f2 actually does not help and loses the game to knight h3. King f2 loses to knight d3. So there's so many knight forks. You just have to take it, but this plays into the hands. b4 is there. Queen h3 is an idea. Bishop e5 to follow. A lot of things are possible here. Bishop e5 and b4 would be my top two.
Yeah, b4 feels like the human way to keep going. You highlighted queen h3. I don't even know that I was appreciating how strong that move is. It threatens to win on the spot with bishop d4. That's a real problem. I mean, queen h3 is just straightforward. b4 we've been calling for. I don't think you want to give the check first. You don't really want to help white here. Although, wait, king h2 allows bishop e5, so even the check is not that clear.
Yeah, bishop d4, king g2 is really pleasant for white.
Okay.
But I think queen h3 was a real powerful move, coupled with bishop d4 or bishop e5. Now, of course, this one first and queen h3. Yeah, this is really nice.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was wondering why was queen e3 a miss. White had to play queen f5 in that position, everybody. That was the only move to stop what's coming, and it's basically over now. Fabiano is going to crush through with bishop g3 or other things.
Yeah, wondering what the best, like bishop g3 and queen g2, queen takes h4 is always there. He's looking for more, though. Somehow that doesn't feel satisfying. I'm almost looking at bishop f4. Is there a way to... I kind of like bishop f4, take the knight on d2 and grab f3.
Okay, I was wrong. Bishop g3 wasn't as straightforward. Black is still better, but look at time, by the way. Both players now down to 10 seconds. We've been so focused on the board, we forgot about the clock.
These bishops are absolutely dominant here. Taking on b2 doesn't feel like as much of an achievement as I would like. And in the future, there is queen g3 if I want to force the queens off the board. Queen g3 I'd be interested in.
Yeah, I think queen g3 might have been a chance to save the... Only 1 second. You got to move. Okay, 2 seconds.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, both players down to living on the increment. Got to move. Pragg is literally getting down to the final moments.
No, this is really well played. Sack the pawn and grab the open line. Rook c2. This has got to be over soon.
Got to be, right?
Takes the bishop. Oh, my goodness. I didn't even notice the bishop was hanging.
Oh, wait, queen... What is going on? I don't know. What is getting out?
That is a completely insane continuation. The knight covers every check. The best defender. Queen covers a3. You can take it.
Oh my god. Dude, the rook was hanging. You could have just taken the rook, and he didn't see it. White escapes, and Pragg somehow gets the W there. What in the world did we just watch?
I thought that the bishops were going to dominate. I thought that this is what we were going to see. In the end, it was actually a lot trickier, and I didn't even notice the bishop on e3 hanging, but a really heads-up move by Pragg. And honestly, just the clock determined there. At some point, you just had to give up this idea of playing the absolute best move and just play. And that was a wild finish.
If you're just tuning in at the break, meaning the halfway point of the 5-minute portion, Fabiano Caruana was up 2.5, 1.5. Fabi lost the last game because of an inexplicable mouse slip. Like, the game should not have been lost, and he lost. And that game right there was as much of a wild swing with the eval bar giving us a heart attack as anything we've seen today. So just like that, Amon, Praggnanandhaa is up a game, and it's hard to even say that he played... I don't think he played better chess in the last 2 games than he did in the first 3 games, and somehow he won both of them.
Yep. Yeah, it has been the case, though, that Pragg is not quitting on the positions, and he's always finding a way to make it tricky enough that Fabi needs to maintain a level that is a big ask for anybody with low time. So it makes all these games pretty competitive. Fabi is, I think it's probably fair to say, so far has probably gotten the better in terms of just the chess, but there's so many other elements to this matchup that that's why the score is not just close, but even in Prague's favor because of all these mishaps. And I think the most glaring one is that really terrible rook c4 move, the mouse slip.
Yeah, the mouse slip heard around the world. If you're a Team Liquid fan, this is, if you're just tuning in too, these are two guys on the same team, Team Liquid on Team Liquid crime here. But all right, Prague is up a game. Fabi would love to stop the chaos, right? Because the one thing that has been true about the last two games Prague won is that he won in the dark woods, right? The dark woods of chaos, and Fabi would like to just slow down and get a clean game here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we actually had this position kind of start from a London system, and the move that was chosen by Prague was this interesting bishop d6 move, jumping in front of the d pawn. So that's how we got these doubled d pawns here, and it's created a position where now Black does not want to take on b4. I was assuming that the queen would want to jump out of the way, but you don't really want to take because the b pawn would be loose. And in the end, the position is very, very equal, but there's just pressure everywhere, and you don't want to play c4, right? Like, you play c4, that's where the rooks are doubled. You open up this light squared bishop on b7, but at the same time, if you don't, you've got a pawn on c3 that's going to be a target for a while. So kind of I guess a position that's very, very equal right now, but it's because nobody is incentivized to blow it open with c4. That d5 pawn is keeping like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces from using that square.
No, it's a great point. We were kind of so focused on the drama talking about this game. I think we have to favor Prague, at least as far as the opening stage goes. He's up about a minute. As you said, the pressure on c3 and the lack of ability to play c4 is why Fabiano was thinking here. Bishops don't move that way. That's my fault. Sorry about that. They move this way. But yeah, this is what is the plan here for White? Because often in these London structures, you want to have some sort of access to dark squares or something that lets you advance and have pressure or the idea of an attack. I don't really see any good plans here for White. Don't like it.
Yeah, I don't think c4 or for that matter e4 are desirable just yet. As Black, I'm wondering, the move d6 is tempting just because it controls e5. It looks like a pretty decent move, but I will say there are a few variations I've come up with in my head where Black plays knight f5, knight d6, and actually makes use of that square. So perhaps that's why he's holding off on committing it just yet.
Well, now I really like your idea, especially because the bishop moved off at d3. So, although this is a fun idea from Fabi, everybody, he wants to put the queen on d3. And by putting pressure here, if Black were forced to exchange, White's going to take with the pawn and have a passed b pawn. And suddenly these rooks are actually exactly where they're supposed to be instead of awkwardly defending on the third rank. So there's a reason Prague has paused here, Amon. Bishop b5 is a fun little creative idea here from Fabi.
Even after queen d3, I guess you could go back to b7. So for lack of anything else, I might be interested in knight f5, knight d6. The other thing is that the e4 square is always there. So after queen d3, there will be a future knight e4 that can be tried. But okay, we see h6, and clearly we're in a position where nobody wants to commit a pawn break. No one wants to commit the structure. Commit anything really, and so we see a lot of like these cagey waiting moves.
Cagey waiting moves, exactly. Well said. I wonder if the knight can somehow try to maneuver here long term and eventually use the b5 square for a different piece. I'm trying to think of cagey waiting long term ideas here because it's a very awkward passive position. There's also this knight that might want to relocate itself from f3 and try to come over to c5 or something like that.
Yeah, I definitely have some experience playing the London. I wouldn't be satisfied with this position. It just feels like one where it appears as though the d6 square is going to be made use of here with knight f5, knight d6, and then it feels like e4 and c4 are both under Black's control. And yeah, because I never want to play c4, I'm stumped at what I want to do next.
By the way, bishop b7 was because knight d6 would have been met by bishop takes a6 and then rook to b6 for Fabi, winning a piece. So,
love it.
So Prague had to back up, but that allowed queen a3 taking away this square. By the way, is g4? Oh my god, g4 is winning a piece. What a move!
That's an incredible piece trap.
We missed it. Oh my god, what a computer piece trap.
I've never seen a piece get trapped, like, because now actually I bet that the players might both clue into this. It's so funny how you clue in right afterwards, but that's an amazing piece trap. I've never seen something like that.
But if you have to take, I think that's advantage. Okay, never mind. C3 is falling. I spoke too soon. A4 for C3. I'm not sure who the advantage is. But okay, that was a piece trap like none we've ever seen that did not occur. Fabiano missed an opportunity to win the knight on F5.
Yeah, it's going to be a close call here. The B pawn is right on the edge of being considered strong and weak. I'm not really sure which one it is. You know, you trade the queens here, for example. You could also continue without it, queen b7 or even rook c1 first, just to push the king away. But it feels like black's playing knight d6, knight e4, and should corral this b pawn. At the very least, I would probably take black here.
Queen to b8 check is possible. White will have to play g3 just to kind of stop the counterplay. But it is awkward because, as you said, go ahead.
No, the way that it's been done here, it's weird because if you trade the queens, there's no rook b1. So you can't get behind the pawn. And if you keep the queens on the board, it's like we're kind of halfway between an attack and not an attack. And if you play queen b8 and you're not really doing anything, all of a sudden white plays b6, b7. So yeah, I find I'm kind of in between two different ways to play here.
Yeah, agreed. And given the direction off the board, meaning on the clock, I'm kind of thinking that Pragg is feeling less and less comfortable. Now, if you have to find an only move like rook to c7, that is a defensive move that you're not happy to play. I mean, it doesn't even feel good to invite b6. So I think this has really gotten out of control here for Pragg. The b pawn more dangerous than ever.
Yep, I definitely think so. Knight e5 is a nice reaction because the only way to attack the piece is to close the diagonal with d6. I actually can't think of too many games, let alone openings, that would make it this far without both of the center pawns moving at some point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think you could say that Pragg was already losing even before this move because rook to c7, okay, we have the engine and the computer giving us the blue eval bar or the blue arrow, but I don't think he was finding that move. I think this one has completely gotten away from him. Fabiano about to level the score.
Yeah, the b pawn is running. There's queen a7, there's b7, queen a8. Everything is looking good here, and yeah, I just don't see a move, honestly. Even queen d7 can also be played to go after the f7 pawn before pushing.
What a weird game this was. And I feel like we had super high quality chess with some really instructive frozen positions, Aman. And now since we've come back, we've gotten this like, I don't even know what to say. Just like some super weird stuff happening for both players. And just like that, the 5-minute portion is coming to a close.
Yeah, we saw a crazy time scramble. We saw mouse slip. We saw a position like this that looked completely equal and then randomly featured a computer move which traps the knight in a way that I certainly haven't seen before. And it's 3.5. And Danny, I think with everything that we've seen, it almost feels right that this is a tied matchup because it's one of the craziest ones that we've seen.
You see, Pragg was probably doing game reviews so that he could see what went wrong in that game before getting up. Fabiano was like, I don't need to look at this anymore. Pragg was like, I can't get up until I know what happened, although now he finally has. For those of you who can't see him off camera, we can. But as you said, Aman, somehow the Chess.com stats predicted a level match, but I don't think it predicted that we would get there this way with weird mouse slips and blunders. But either way, I'm here for it because I think we're in for a very close finish.
Exactly. And this match being tied, the 5-minute portion just ended, which means we're moving into faster time controls next. The 3+1 is coming up. And before we head to a break in between segments, probably the most exciting thing to talk about, Danny, is the fact that tickets are now available. Get your tickets to the Speed Chess Championship Finals. It is live in London. It's what we're all working towards here. The final 4 players will meet in person and compete in front of a live audience for the coveted trophy, and you can get a front row ticket to that action. That's !TIX, T-I-X, in chat to explore the range of ticket options. There's general admission, VIP experiences, meet and greets. So this is all happening in February. Danny, super excited about this.
Yeah, anyone who was in Paris and had a good time, people came from all over the world, are going to want to be in London. Also a great international location you can get from anywhere. But I'm just going to say this. Nothing, I mean, Paris was special. You had Magnus versus Hans. A lot of great things happened in 2024. But I think London is really going to deliver. It is going to be a very different fan experience up close. And I don't want to say too much, but if you are on the fence, you should get off of it. And you should be on the side of the UK when you get off the fence and go to London, because I think it's going to be special.
Amazing. Well, I love all the in-person stuff. I like that that's becoming the norm. The fan interactions, fan zones should be there more often. So I'm as excited as everyone to hear more and hope to be in London as well. But remember, we are going to take a short break. And when we come back, it's 3+1 continuing in this incredibly close match. It is neck and neck, 3.5, 3.5. Fabi, Prag, we're back after this.
The Esports World Cup 2025 was electric. The best games played by the best teams. Our esports arenas sold out. We filmed them with hundreds of thousands of roaring fans, including 2,000 of the most dedicated supporters coming from our Super Fans program who came to Riyadh to cheer on their favorite teams. We had more than 4,000 media outlets covering all the action on site and broadcasting the EWC around the globe. Esports World Cup 2025 was bigger, louder, and even more unforgettable, and celebrating those who proved they are the best in the world.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess. Cast that spell, play for free.
My name is Jules Schulman, and I am joined by Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana to figure out how well you and Hikaru know each other.
Oh, okay.
So I have questions for you. So how many subscribers on YouTube and followers on Twitch does Hikaru have combined?
I saw something recently that he got 2 million on Twitch, so I saw the announcement somewhere. So going 2 million Twitch and 2.5 YouTube, I'll say 4.5 million total.
Wow, I think that's exactly correct.
Actually, I don't check his channel, but I just remember seeing the announcement like 2 days ago or something. So some luck there.
How many times has Fabiano won the US championship?
Okay, so Fabiano, he didn't win in 2020, so at least there's no asterisk. He's won it 4 times. 4 times he's won the US championship.
Correct. When is Hikaru's birthday?
Oh, when is his birthday? I actually don't think I have any clue. I'm gonna say end of the year. I don't know why, but like I know Magnus is in December. Gonna go Hikaru in November, but I wouldn't even be able to guess the date, and probably the month is wrong, and I have no idea.
December 9th.
Oh, should have gone December.
What state was Fabiano born?
Also very easy. He was born. He was born in Florida, but more specifically Miami.
In what popular HBO series did Hikaru have a cameo in a few years back?
This one I know because I was also invited, but then they went with Hikaru. It was Billions.
At what age did Fabiano become a grandmaster?
Okay, became a grandmaster at 15. He definitely broke it. I'm trying to remember, was he 15 or was he 14? It was like 15 years, 87 days. For whatever reason, I mean, I don't know for sure, but for some reason 14 is not ringing a bell. So I think he was also 15, but like just a couple of days. So I think he was 15. If he was 14, I'd be surprised, but I'll go with 15.
I think it's 14 years, 11 months.
Ah, it wasn't even 15. Okay.
We have some ChatGPT questions for you, so you're just gonna hold them, read them, and answer them.
Okay. Oof. Chess is often described as a game of deep strategy. How do you stay focused and avoid burnout after intense training sessions or games? I think like having a break from chess sometimes, because if you're just playing nonstop, which I sometimes tend to do, you can really get burned out and then lose motivation, and then you sit at the board wondering why you're there. And that's usually a bad sign for your chess. So definitely taking a break sometimes. What was the moment you realized you could become one of the top chess players in the world? I think that it was a kind of a process that took a while for me after my teenage years, because there were moments when I was not so confident and when I wasn't sure about my improvement. And then probably like the pivotal moment was 2012, when I did really well in a tournament and I rose in the rankings in the Tata Steel tournament in 2012. And then after that, things kind of went well for that year, and that was probably the moment. But I was already between 19 and 20 that year, and I had already like had success, but there's definitely a difference between having success and then having the success to become one of the best players. In your view, what separates the world's best players from the rest? I think a lot is very circumstantial too. And it's like very fine details. So it's not like one specific thing. A lot of it is, psychological things like being able to deal with disappointments and losses, which come inevitably, and also motivation, which is very individual. But you really need that motivation to stay, just even to play and not to get depressed. Playing chess tournament after tournament, sometimes dealing with a lot of disappointments, sometimes having a lot of successes. Don't get too down on yourself when you're doing badly. That's definitely a big part of it. But there's like a million details. You've had a career that spans so many years. What has been the most significant evolution you've noticed in your own game over time? Well, I think for me, it's probably different for everyone. But as I've gotten more experience and a bit older, I've definitely gotten a bit more intuitive and perhaps also lost a bit of the intensity that I had when I was younger and maybe a bit weaker and lacked the understanding, but compensated a bit more with intensity. So that's a bit of a trade-off, I think, for players who have played for a long time. If you could change one rule or aspect of competitive chess, what would it be and why? I don't know what I would change. I would definitely change never-ending tie breaks, so we don't have any split world championships anymore.
Welcome back, everyone. The Speed Chess Championship continues. Fabiano against Praggnanandhaa. And Danny, we have 3+1 ahead of us in what has been a really, really epic match so far for so many different reasons. We've seen amazing chess, like almost study-like positions, and we've seen mouse slips that have cost an entire game. So we're getting the whole range of emotions.
Well, I was called out by the team when we were off camera that apparently the first half of 5-1, where I said we've seen amazing chess, was the last thing I said right before Fabi's mouse slip. So apparently a commentator truth. I have no idea. We did then see mouse slips and blunders, but overall, what really matters is that we're tied and we are in a battle that is going to come down to the wire. We'll see what happens with a change of tempo, right? There's Pragg about to throw down in the 3+1, and this middle time control can really be the separating factor, right? You've got less time than the 5-1, got to speed up. It feels like you're under time pressure right away, but you also don't have that kick like Bullet where you have to play fast. So it can be interesting to see what happens here as these two guys representing Team Liquid get ready for it.
Yeah, and I love the two sort of team jerseys. It's almost like home and away. Because they're both Team Liquid, but they're different colors. So it's the perfect representation of representing the same team, the same organization, but ultimately also representing themselves.
It is funny. I wonder if they coordinated that. Obviously, after the match, we'll have a conversation with whoever wins. But I wonder if that was accidental or they got lucky that one of them was going to wear white and one of them was going to wear blue. I wouldn't be surprised either way. But it'll be funny to find out.
All right, and Fabi gives the glasses a quick clean there. Definitely want to be able to see the board as best you can, Danny, for this upcoming slightly faster 3+1 segment, as it looks like we have moves on the board in game number 1 of this 3+1 segment.
Here we go. It's a King's Indian again for Fabi, but not the same system for Prague that we've seen. We've got double Queen's Pawn, but a Fianchetto Bishop on the Queen side. Chess.com's ECO is calling this the Knight's Variation East Indian Defense. I've done chess commentary and played chess for a long time, Amon. I don't think I've ever seen that name. Chess openings are weird.
Yeah, I've come across a few from chess.com and a name just pops up and I'm like, okay, someone's messing with me. Someone on the back end is just typing random things in.
Yeah, this is an ECO, Encyclopedia of Chess Openings. Who for those who don't know what that stands for, that we try to keep up to date. But yeah, there's a lot of weird names in chess, and I have never heard this one before, and it's a weird position too. You've got a Fianchetto battle happening on the dark square diagonal. Black has a good position, I think, as far as the center goes, but yeah, a lot of weird chess ahead. Here comes C4 trying to undermine.
Yeah, and C4 is really what keeps this position sort of level. Black's position was starting to look pretty good, and almost the knight on C5 was going to come into E4. But if this C-pawn was lagging behind, stuck on C2, maybe Black controls with Rook C8, Knight E4 before this move happens. Different story, but obviously with the white pieces, it's pretty rare to play this, this type of position and somehow end up worse. So it makes sense that we're looking at a position that is roughly equal. But I will say the bishop on D7 compared to the bishop on E2, arguably slightly worse. So maybe you could give a slight edge, but I think we're early stages here, Danny, and nothing for either player to be concerned about.
Yeah, agree. Okay, wow, interesting. A retreat, but a good retreat. You open up the bishop on the diagonal. Not exactly a pin, but some tension that favors white. D5, you have to be careful. Could become even isolated in some spots. I don't think white wants to part ways, but there are weird positions where the tactics become forcing and black is strapped with a positional weakness on D5. So got to start calculating that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and there's a lot of pressure you can put on a position with Queen A1. You're really playing the move Knight E8 at some point because there's no other way to get out of that pin. You can't move your queen, you can't move your bishop. Everything's tied down. So you kind of need to play Knight E8 at some point, unless you're able to get other tactics to work. And B5.
Oh, the rook is defended because of knight takes B3. Sorry, the rook is undefended. I was wondering, why does it win? But if the bishop moves everybody, the knight takes with a tempo on the queen, and then the rook hangs. I think Pragg just straight up blundered this tactic. He's now seeing it.
Yep, agreed. And I'm trying to think what would have been played there instead and why it was in the balance. And maybe it had to do with the fact that if you take with the knight, maybe there's other ideas like in the position to not be down this material. But no, we see the obvious happening. Knight B3, the rook on C2 was loose. The knight was hitting the queen. So, I mean, what an incredible reaction. This looks terrible. Queen B1 when the knight can be taken twice, but that's the reality.
Yeah. Well, at least if you're Pragg, you're not losing more. It's only a pawn. It is a pawn, and it's a healthy one for black. Fabi going to be the only one who can win here, barring no other blunders. At the same time, I guess you could say it could be worse when you make a blunder like that and your rook was just outright undefended on C2. So Pragg is going to try to defend and see if he can hold on now. And what is the... Oh, you're just... No, are you losing the pawn? Yeah, because if bishop takes rook to B8, A4. But then A6.
You can... I wouldn't assume it's necessarily because of that, but bishop B5, you obviously have to be looking at. That's the first thing I would be considering here is, can I get away with bishop takes on B5? Rook to B8, A4, A6. There's a pin in that position, so I'm not seeing...
But white has E4 at the end. That's the idea. So if I'll just show it real quick. If takes, rook B8, A4, A6, now you have the move
Queen
E4.
G3. Queen G3 gets out of the pin. Like if you go back knight F6, Queen G3 hits the rook on B8. Wow.
Yeah, that's a computer line that I doubt we're going to... Okay, Pragg plays it. Oh my gosh, did he calculate that? We're going to find out. Oh my God, he did.
Yeah, there's also, if the knight moves anywhere else, there's a queen check, which is a little bit more reasonable to see. I was looking at the move knight F4 because it's a funny one where after the queen check, if you had taken the bishop on d7, you might lose your queen, but you can take on a6 in that position. So this looks like it's just well calculated, and you're incentivized to look for these crazy lines when you're down a pawn, when you're just worse.
Yeah.
So Fabi kind of gave him an opportunity to calculate his way back into this game, and he found it.
Yeah. It's always super impressive when players can calculate these types of forcing lines that we're finding with a little bit of the help of the computer just kind of poking us and saying, hey, there's a chance here. But at the same time, like you said, because it's a position where you were losing anyway, you're incentivized. You know you have to find something concrete, or you're just going to get busted. So Pragg found it.
Yeah, and you can't take on a4 here. The rook is just loose in the current position. I wonder what's going to happen here. If you take on b5, yes, you are just handing, like, you're still going to be down a pawn. It's still better for Fabi, by the way. Like, he did all that hard work, Pragg, but he's still slightly worse. But it's a big improvement on what he had.
Yeah, Pragg plays knight f3, which I think makes sense, regardless of what the computer says. But yeah, Fabi is still better. He's still up a pawn officially. Computer said b4 was better, but even here, black is up a pawn and is probably the only one who can win, again, barring blunders.
A weird move because you're, I guess, rook d1. Yeah, okay, he goes rook b1, which makes sense. You're fully pinning the bishop here, but the goal is to play queen c3, control this dark square in the middle of the board, and if knight d4, bishop to a6 or c6 actually could have been played. And I mean, the move f4, that's gonna, I think, stabilize a position that should end up in a draw. What?
Wow.
That makes no sense.
Pragg just shook his head after he played that move. Like, either what did I do, or was that a mouse slip? By the way, that wasn't me drawing the blue arrow. That was the computer saying you got to control the dark squares, which is honestly kind of shocking. That's like an obvious idea when you're playing against
I'm completely
a
shocked.
bishop.
That is an incredible blunder, and his reaction was not strong enough to indicate a mouse slip. I would be furious if that was a mouse slip, because that is, to me, a dead draw to almost a dead loss, and that's what we're seeing. The game's just over. I don't know how to explain it, but that is, I hope it's a mouse slip, because it's a shocking move otherwise.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And I'm like pausing because I'm trying to like not overstate how critical we should be of f4, which is why I said mouse slip, because f4 was so obvious. It was the computer highlighting that. But frankly, like, any player knows that you have to blockade the opposite color square of the bishop. And the whole point of that line, trading queens and playing knight d4, was to play f4, Aman. Like, that's the whole reason you do that. And so I have no idea what just happened there for Pragg, but Fabi strikes back and he's up a game.
I mean, yeah, I can only assume it's a mouse slip. It's just that my reaction, if I had mouse slipped that, would be a lot different. But I think that just speaks to the composure of Pragg. I think we have to just assume it's a mouse slip as we're into the next game, because there's just no way for me to even for a second believe that he would play any other move except f4.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you're just tuning in, we have a very close match, as you can see. We're about whatever it is here, a few minutes into the 3-minute portion. But don't go anywhere, because given that we've seen some of the highest quality chess of any SCC match, and then some of the weirdest moments, including mouse slips for both players, who knows what's going to happen today? So this is going to be close, I think, all the way to the end.
And so maybe if you want to just jump back a few moves here, it was a rather wild opening, not to spend too much time on it as the action's going on, but there are just a few moments, this d5 move, total tension in the center. We saw captures on e5, captures on e4, and then basically everyone is doing this thing where it's like, okay, you take, I take, you take, I take. But the problem is, after pawn takes on g7, you can't take on g2, because then you would take not the rook, but the bishop with check. And then you'd be able to save your rook on h1. So we see the pawn recaptured, but then still you can't play queen takes f3 because of knight to e5, and the bishop on d3 is loose. So kind of a weird position where, even though white's up a clean pawn here, you now have to double your pawns with g takes f3, and that's why we get this unusual position that we have now, where you're up a pawn as Fabi, but incredibly strange opening.
Well said, sir. Quick breakdown of the tactics that get us a unique position. The pawns are equal in terms of total files occupied, but white is up an awkward and kind of ugly duckling f-pawn here. It's funny, the computer kind of likes white, I guess, because computers are materialistic. But I feel like black's pieces are just so active, and this pawn is nothing special that I think Prague is doing just fine here. And yeah, what a weird opening.
Agree. As you would say, Danny, agree town, population us.
Hey, don't make it too awkward. The cringy jokes, but yes, it's been more than a show before I've said that. But thank you, bringing it back. Agreement town, population us.
This looks like a good one here for Prague. Nothing to worry about. I mean, rook g1 is always there, but I mean, as you pointed out, knight d3, right? This move, like on its own, looks like an equalizing type of move. So I am not that concerned if I'm Prague here. I know I've got the bishop pair, got lines to the king, and if I this is one of those positions. If you want to put it on the board, let's say h4 here. Danny, h4, bishop f8, h5, rook takes c3. Gotta let me have my mate. Let's go.
This is like a tactic you get in the chess.com puzzles. You have this position and they play h5 and you have to find rook takes c3 and bishop
exactly.
a3. Know your patterns, kids. But okay, jokes aside, like the rooks came off for a reason. White had to get rid of the pressure, and now we're in an endgame where the bishop pair should be just enough. I mean, this extra pawn really is just not very good at all, and I'm surprised the computer even thinks that white's a little better here. Okay, now it's changed its mind.
Yeah, usually the ultimate goal here, which one side wants to do and the other side should never allow, is the exchange of dark squared bishops. I'll leave it up to the chat to interpret which side wants to do it, but that's what is probably on Fabi's mind here. If the dark square bishops disappear, immediately we get a completely different evaluation. So be on the lookout for that this entire endgame.
Yeah. No, it's a really good foreshadowing, because if I'm sorry to spoil it for chat, but I'm just going to say, if the dark square bishop disappears, suddenly white's winning chances go through the roof, because the extra pawn and the ability to kind of maneuver in and out of light and dark squares will allow Fabi to outplay black. So now you have your goal if you're playing this position as white. And sorry to steal Amon's puzzle for chat, but that's what Fabi's looking for, is how do I get those dark square bishops off the board?
Yep, bishop to d6, and just an example, not that it's amazing, is if we see a move like b4 here, and then black responds with king f8, I might consider bishop c5, just as even though it doubles the pawns, it's that worth it to trade those bishops.
Yeah. Well, to the point, bishop c5 might be a threat on knight e2. Now that the f pawn is guarded, here comes the threat of bishop c5. So Amon's idea, is not imaginary. White
might play
would
b6
love,
here.
Yeah, you're gonna play b6 to stop bishop c5. Wait. Okay. A different way to stop bishop c5 with a threat.
Yeah, you're kind of allowing it, but also you have to be careful as white, because if you play bishop c5, you're not getting knight against bishop, because black can actually capture on e2. So you might just lose that endgame. The whole point of trading the bishops is not to also trade the bishop knight. You want to have those left over.
Yeah. What a funny endgame that would have been, by the way. White would have been up a pawn but lost in that king and pawn ending. For any of our more studious fans, go to the chess.com events and just kind of go over the game. You'll see that that's a rare king and pawn ending, to be up a pawn but losing if you were white. So Fabi doesn't go for that.
Yep, knight e5, effectively a draw offer here, by the way. Bishop takes e5. Even though it corrects the pawns, this is 100% going to be a draw, and we might see it agreed soon. But I will say that these are routine. You and I are probably rolling our eyes, and so are these players, as they agree to a draw immediately. But I have to say, Danny, a lot of our less experienced chat would probably still lose that position. It's just, you have to know exactly how to blockade and what squares you need to be on. In that case, b5, the king goes to e6, and you're fully on the light squares. But opposite bishops, one of those things that's so easy to do once you understand it, but otherwise can really throw you.
Something's going on between the players. Fabiano asking a question of probably the chess.com staff. Just for those of you know, they don't have access to talk to anyone who is not staff for fair play reasons. Always be sure that we're on top of it. But they do have access, and our staff has access to sound and all other things that could be in their room. So whatever happened there, Fabi was having a discussion with the team and lost some time on the clock because of it. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, curious to know what it was, but it sounds based on the camera and confirmation now, it looks like he was asking a question and got the answer he was looking for, and he was like, "Okay, sounds good," and then we're off and running.
Yeah. Okay. And maybe it was concerning the break, because there is another break here in the 3-1 portion as well, right before. So maybe it was something about how that will happen. But either way, here we are in an Alpine Sicilian, something maybe a little more familiar than these awkward Londons we've been getting them on. But okay.
Yeah, knight d2, and actually a lot of time spent. I know a little bit of it was that question we were just talking about, but I think Fabi now about to go under 2 minutes. Only a couple moves into the opening here is a little bit surprising, and almost the biggest time expenditure that we've seen in any of the games this early on so far.
Yeah. Weird, especially in the 3-minute portion. But yeah, knight d2 is an awkward move order, at least as far as Fabi is concerned. He wasn't sure what to do. Ultimately trades and is going to try to just kettle the bishop and get castled.
Maybe
we'll
knight
see
d3.
I was going to say, we'll see if Pragg has some tricky stuff ahead here.
This position reminds me, if the g6 pawn was back and the pawn was on e6, I think it's like, it's almost a position you can get from a French. So it's kind of a, I think it's a good one for Pragg is what I mean. This is an achievement.
I swear I was just about to highlight a different piece to b3. I was going to say you have tactics on f7 and some of these weird Alapins. And so it was played while you were making that point. And this is an interesting position because you get your pawn back, but if you're Pragg, you forced Fabi to put all the pawns on light squares, which, again, it's just an awkward positional feature here. And white does have this 3-on-2 long-term advantage. And so teeny edge for Pragg with this funny Alapin Sicilian.
Yep. Really like this position so far. Would definitely play a4 against the move a6. There's just way too much utility to the move b5 for black. It allows this bishop from c8 to reach b7. And of course, the knight on b8 also wants to pick and choose the right square. Not just knight c6, but maybe knight d7 to c5. For white, I'm looking at rook e1. Definitely a square that I want to utilize. And this bishop, this dark square bishop, I'd love to play bishop f4. So maybe, I was going to say, if the knight didn't go there, I might try to think about knight e5 first, but now bishop g5, h4, g3 becomes a thought in order to get my bishop on the diagonal I want. Danny, are you thinking about sacking on e6? Yes or no?
I mean, why not? I mean, I'm glad you called it out as a throw to me because it's certainly something that Pragg is thinking about. That's why he's taking his time here. You can... Okay, the thing is knight to c5 is a trick. So if you take with the bishop, everybody, black plays knight c5 first, and that's the problem, which means you have to take with the knight, which is not really the piece you want in the end. What you want in the end is the knight on e6 with a fork and all kinds of discovered checks. So I actually don't think it works. I think he probably won't sack, but...
Sadly for us.
Okay, he doesn't. Yes, exactly. That was fun, though.
Yeah, it's close to working, but obviously Fabi, knight d7, absolutely in anticipation of that. Even though knight c5 is an idea here, there's a number of different ways to continue. b6, bishop b7 looks like where you'd want to place that bishop overall. H3 looks like a move that I consider a little bit on the slow side. And because I could see the eval bar reacting to h3, e5 definitely was jumping out as a very active, like, let's push this knight back. In comes tempo knight c5, maybe another tempo with e4. The bishop from c8 can develop this. Yeah, the pieces are really activating now.
Yeah, you're spitting out, hot chess moves. I'm trying to highlight to keep with you. I like both these moves. I'm not sure which one comes first, e4 or knight c5, but both gain a tempo. And okay, he does choose knight c5 first, but yeah, so the pressure that Pragg had is slipping a little bit, but he does still have pressure on the clock. He's up 30 seconds. And again, Fabi had that weird start to this game where he was discussing something with the staff. He might regret it if that time pressure hurts him in the end.
Yeah, and the knight on c5 can jump into d3, which could be really nice. I actually thought that if e4 first, maybe the benefit was you could play knight e5 instead of knight c5, which would displace the bishop and kind of go for the same idea, but both look good. The only problem that I'm looking at is the time, right? The clock is ticking, and we're really going to get a chance to see now in the 3-minute portion how Fabi handles this low time.
Yeah, down to 15 and counting seconds, and that pawn on d3 is pretty, but it might be lost if you don't find the right moves here. Okay, things are turning in weird ways. Okay, I think Prague can even just try to take this pawn almost.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
b3. The queen is overloaded. b3. The queen can't defend the knight. If you take
And Prague
c3,
is
the knight just wins
pausing.
the knight.
He's
fails
pausing.
it.
That means he's probably spotted it, and he has. There's a lot of discovered moves here. Knight e6. This is madness.
Yeah, way too many discoveries. That queen was overwork. I also said he founds it for anyone who wants to clip it. That was an awkward. That was an awkward. He
There's
didn't
bishop
found it. He found it.
we could continue to play weird moves. Bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Wait, he just takes d3 because the knight is pinned. This looks like kind of awkward here.
Yeah, c4. There's queen takes on b4. So yeah, maybe just double up and take with the rook.
Yeah, that's what he's done. Fabi only has a few seconds now.
You could do
he'll just
c4
take
now.
2 pieces. Ah, okay. Prague is just being ruthless here. Yeah, and he levels the match with that. Wow.
Very, very nice. And I think we're going to get one more game here before our break. So it will perhaps break the deadlock that we've had here. It is just up and down, a win and then a bounce back. This is, I mean, we talk about some matches being, 50-50 coin flips. This is the match that I think has delivered on that sentiment the most.
Agreed. And by the way, this is the first time we've seen a repeat of this line in the Spanish since game 1. If you've been here the whole time, this was the opening we saw to kick off the match, and then they went different directions. But here we're seeing a repeat of this knight g to e7, Rui Lopez.
Yeah, knight c3. This is what Fabi has done in terms of his treatment of this knight e7. He's retreating the bishop generally to b3, and he sort of built it up slower than you might expect for a position where normally the idea is actually to strike early with d4. So he's going much more tame here. And in my opinion, the knight e7 line, Danny, it's kind of to play f5. And my feeling is that if black just gets to achieve it and there's no d4 to punish that slow development, then I don't know. I feel like it's an achievement here for Prague, especially in a 3-minute game compared to 5.
I completely agree with you. I mean, the structure says that it is. Black loves this pawn chain to advance on the king side. The eval bar says that it is. Computer likes black. But this is just an easy position to play, reminiscent to a King's Indian kind of attack. You can even consider ideas where you go, I'm going to say he does it, where you go all in with f4, g5, knight g6, and here we go. The gates are open on the king side for black to flood in and attack.
And you can take this with the pawn and then put the knight on d2 and into e4. It's usually how you want to recapture in the center. Pawn can go to c3 to maybe cover the d4 square in order to deal with knight f5, knight d4. So I expect we are probably going to see this knight reposition here from f3 because it's basically in the line of fire. If you allow g5, g4, you might not have another opportunity to move it.
Wow, but Fabi allows it. He says, go for it.
And
he's gonna meet g4 with captures and d4, I guess. But even that is like, maybe Prague just like takes it and says, all right, here we go. I mean, the king side is opening up in a way that black is going to get real pressure.
Yeah, I'm really not liking this. He has to do it, first of all, like because he's committed with bishop c2. It has to be d4. So, of course, he follows up. Maybe the idea is he wants to put the bishop on e4 and then play queen d3 rather than queen d3 first. Doesn't look any good because of bishop f5. So it's like a weird way of bishop e4, then queen d3, and then try to take on d4. So maybe that's his idea here. Let's see.
Well, it's funny. I think the reason knight f5 was so good, we saw the computer blue arrow there, that wasn't me, is that Amon's idea of bishop e4 wouldn't have been possible because with the knight on f5, at bishop e4, you take and then take with the knight, which is much better than taking with the pawn, a dominant knight on the outpost square in the center. So knight f5 for Prague would have been very powerful. Instead, once again, we see the tables turn and things like bishop e4, queen d3, but also queen d3 right away is interesting. I mean, that's checkmate on h7.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to threaten. If you ever need just kind of a random helpful move, rook b3 can just sometimes present itself as useful. I wonder if we're going to see bishop b2 in order to grab the d4 pawn, which looks like another, just useful move to make.
Yeah, he plays bishop to b2. Wow, computer says queen to d2, allowing the double pawns, which is super interesting. Such an anti-human thing to do. He plays queen d3. That's more of a human thing to do.
Yeah.
I would have checked somebody for fair play if I saw queen to d2 first. Just kidding, not in this match, but in general, that's a very odd move to play. Computers suggest things like that.
Yeah, queen d2 allowing the double pawns is just not something you'd ever land on as a final decision. Knight to e5 has been played. Obviously, taking that knight is the best feeling for Pragg, right? All three of these pawns, weaknesses, suddenly become a united front. So that would not be my first choice here. Although, the question is, how are you dealing with both knight takes f3 and knight takes c4?
Yeah, this got weird. Obviously, you can't take with the queen because this is check, followed by winning the lady on d4. So you take with the knight, but now knight to... Oh, I guess if knight c4 was bishop takes f5. Okay, so that actually was saving Fabi. Okay.
And the problem is f3. No matter how you take this, I'm pushing my pawn to f3, I think, and playing queen g4, queen h. This is reminiscent of almost the very first game of the entire match where we saw that f-pawn pushed by Fabi.
Wow. Fabi sacks on e5, a very natural human thing to do. By the way, quickly checking, apparently rook e4 was almost the only defensive move there, but what a hard thing to see.
Can we
now
sack
Pragg
back?
He sacks and then brings the queen to h3 and rook to g8. Is that
yes,
over?
Let's go. Queen h3 first, by the way, to cut that king from moving to f1, and the shake of the head indicates that Fabi is now on the same page as Pragg, but a little bit late.
Yeah, and Fabi looks off to the side, shakes his head. These last two games did not go the way that he wanted. And yeah, what a back and forth match. I mean, we have matches that are close. Sometimes you get there with very little wiggle room given. Maybe one side is leading most of the time. How many lead changes have we had in this match, given that Pragg now gets the lead again for the first time in a little while? What a leapfrog affair we have here.
Yeah, not just lead changes, like maybe each player having the lead, but just the lead and then back to equal. And even if it's the same person that keeps gaining the lead, it is always equalized directly after. So truly the most up and down matchup as, now just kind of taking that break in the 3+1 portion here with the lead. I feel like that's an empowering feeling. It's almost like a little break, a little reprieve. You're not jumping right into another game, and so you kind of have a moment to reflect as the leader and sort of collect yourself.
Although, for fans just tuning in, Fabiano Caruana had a 1.5 game lead total halfway through the 5-1 portion, and when we came back, Praggnanandhaa won both of the next two games. Pragg would not like that fortune to go the other way this time. He'd like to keep his lead heading into the bullet. I don't even know who of these guys would be favored in the bullet, by the way. We've hardly had time to think about it. There's a reason this pre-match prediction was basically a coin flip. So, but just reminding everybody that we've been here before halfway through a segment where one player's lead disappeared very quickly.
Yeah, exactly right. And there's still more time in this 3+1 segment. This is shaping up to be the match that, really is going to need every single point for either one of these players. It matters a lot. Just one mouse slip. This feels like a match that could go to Armageddon. So every single point is just so important. And with the players continuing the 3+1 portion just after this break, before we go there, I want to let everyone know about Zenny, the official eyewear partner of Chess.com. If you play online chess, chances are you have eye strain and need a pair of blue light glasses. Zenny has got you covered with affordable frames and a huge range of styles, which you can also find with standard lenses, night driving technology, light sensitivity support, and more. It's the official eyewear partner of Chess.com, and Zenny is hooking you up with 15% off your purchase. That's using code SCC15 only through October 31st. That is tomorrow. So use !Zenny in chat right now to find your next pair of glasses and keep your eyes right on the screen, because we will be back with more 3+1 after this.
What's up, everybody? I'm here on behalf of one of our newest partners, Neuro. You may have known them before as Neuro Gum, but they make more than just gum now, even though this is the stuff that I actually personally really love and have been using for a hot minute. Natural caffeine, B vitamins, theanine, stuff that is good for you when you're looking to avoid that second cup of coffee. Now they also have Neuro Mints for calm and clarity. Also only natural ingredients. They use GABA, vitamin D, all kinds of good stuff that you like putting in your body if you're looking for natural ways to bring up your energy and maybe calm down and get that clarity you need. Toward the end of the day, there's sleep and recharge. There's all kinds of small mint packets. But like I said, I really do love the Energy and Focus Gum. I use it in the afternoon. Pop one. Sometimes I really need that extra energy. Either way, hope you give them a chance. Use the command Neuro if you happen to be watching this during one of our shows. Otherwise, go to neurogum.com. Check them out today on behalf of Chess, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
My name is Fabiano Caruana, and this is Google Autocomplete. What is Fabiano Caruana's favorite chess opening? Oh, I'll have to say the Archangel variation of the Ruy Lopez, which I made a video course on, and it's always been a favorite since I was a child. What does Fabiano Caruana do with C-Squared? That's the podcast that I co-host along with Grandmaster Christian Kirilla. We've been doing it for about 2.5 years, and it's been fun. You know, it's the first time that I went into not just playing chess, but also talking about chess. So that was pretty cool. What is Fabiano Caruana's IQ? I have no idea what my IQ is. I don't know. I've never taken a test, as far as I know. I have no idea.
What would be your guess?
I don't even want to guess or know. Either whatever it is, I have no interest in knowing it. Has Fabiano Caruana ever won a world championship? I have not won a world championship. I've played a world championship, but I didn't win it against Magnus in 2018. That was the one time that I played the world championship. What was Fabiano Caruana's career highlight? I think this is similar to the last question. My career highlight was winning the candidates in 2018, and that qualified me for the world championship. So that was probably the most, the happiest I was after playing a tournament, and the most difficult tournament, and probably the proudest success that I have. How tall is Fabiano Caruana? I think 169 centimeters. I guess that's either 5'6" or 5'7", 169 centimeters. Did Fabiano Caruana go to college? I didn't go to college. I never went to college. I never went to high school. I went to school until I was 12, and then I stopped. I was done with it after that. Is Fabiano Caruana Italian? I have a lot of Italian heritage. I am an Italian citizen. My mother's Italian. I never grew up in Italy. I never lived in Italy, but I have a lot of family there. So I spent a lot of time as a kid visiting them, spending time with my family, and also from my father's side as well. He has a lot of Italian ancestry, and all my grandparents were born in Italy. So from a heritage point of view, I'm very Italian, and also I'm an Italian citizen, but I haven't ever lived there. And although I did represent Italy for many years now, I represent the United States playing chess.
The 2025 Speed Chess Championship continues. Fabiano Caruana on your screen, representing Team Liquid. Also representing Team Liquid is Praggnanandhaa, and we have an all-Team Liquid matchup. We have, a completely even matchup, separated only by 1 point currently, as it's 6-5 for Pragg. But Danny, this has been a match that as soon as someone takes the lead, it gets equalized yet again. So, I mean, we can only expect more of the same.
I mean, we called for it at the break that we've seen more lead changes here than any match I can remember in a long time. And the last time someone had a 2.5, 1.5 lead halfway through a blitz portion, the other player won 2 games in a row. Last time it was Pragg. Will Fabi return the favor? I don't know whose home team. Is the white jersey the home team? Is the blue jersey the home team? It depends on the sport. But yeah, Team Liquid battle here. and we are in for a thriller.
I feel like if I actually had to answer that question, I would say usually the more iconic and deeply colored jersey is the home. So in this case, Prague's, and then the white version of a jersey is usually the away. So if we're really thinking sports here, maybe home field advantage, Prague.
Yeah, we'll see. All right. Well, Fabi is playing faster here. One of the things that was consistent about the last two games where Prague took the lead is that Fabi was the one down on the clock. Now Fabi trying to speed up, although, okay, as I say that, he's getting down on the clock. So we'll see what happens with this big hanging pawn structure here in the center.
Yeah, and don't forget this rook c2 and queen a1 idea is actually the reason that there was a hanging tactic in a previous version of this position. So obviously Prague is going to be very, very careful and aware of that, but it was something to do with pawn takes on c5, the knight recapturing, and then this idea of pawn to b5 by Fabi. So keeping that in mind, this is obviously a different position, and the knight is heading to the b4 square because there's no way to remove it.
Yeah, if the knight gets to b4, it will be happy, not just because it hits the rook, but because of the a6 pawn. Sorry for the mouse slip there. But yeah, the knight does ultimately land there. And there's also tension now in the center, although I'm not sure white is really ever threatening to take, because I think this trade would make black happy. So a bit of a staring contest right now on d4.
Yeah, no one really wants to commit. I think usually this pawn on a6 is a little bit of an achievement for white, but it's always nicer when you can complement it with a knight on b5, and we're quite far away from that. Knight on b5 hits the a7 pawn and just renders a lot of the pieces useless there, because you need a full like queen or rook to guard this a7 pawn, but we're not really close to that, and I'm getting the feeling that the knight on b4 hitting the a6 pawn and can't be dislodged is quite a good piece. So for now, I feel like Fabi is going to be pretty happy with the current situation.
Yeah, agreed. And white's knights are a little more tied up over here. You don't really want to move the one from d2. Those double pawns will hurt. Okay, Fabi decides to blink first in that staring contest. He trades. What's the idea? Something forcing, or maybe he just wants to put a piece on d5 at the end if it's an isolated pawn and say, I'm a little positionally better here.
Yeah, there's, depending on kind of how things get recaptured, it's just good to know that knight c2 is just always floating around as an idea, supported by the rook on c8. Now here, for example, if you played knight c2, you could probably take and then grab the bishop on g7. So have to be a little bit careful, but it's there, long-range bishops. But you mentioned the exchange of dark square bishops. I'm assuming e5 is also a move that you kind of want to follow up with in the center if you can.
Yeah, I like it. You don't move the knight to c5. That would block your own queen from defending the knight. So don't make that blunder. You could move the knight to another square if you wanted, but I don't think it does anything. So here Fabi trade. Ooh, it does do something now because you haven't allowed the rook trade. So a6 is currently being overworked by the two knights.
Yeah, and I mean, taking that pawn, it doesn't look like much, but as I've been saying, the bishop on b5 just doesn't make the same impact as a knight, for example. I like the knight on b4 a lot more, so it's not necessarily about winning that a pawn, but just the quality of the pieces does feel a little bit better for Fabi here. So nothing too crazy. I wouldn't be surprised to see, I was going to say h3, but maybe even h4, because h5 does looks like something.
Ah, interesting. I wasn't even thinking about that. That would be an AlphaZero idea to start playing h4, h5. Oh, he doesn't play h4, h5, but I think it's super funny. Once you pointed it out, I'm like, this is why AlphaZero liked these ideas. I do like this idea for Fabi. The knight on a5 hits b3. Okay, this is no good.
Knight
is
a2.
Knight a2 just forking? Oh, no,
knight
then
a2,
queen c7.
So, man,
yes.
This is
so
he's almost like seeing the tactic and then allowing it on purpose, which is the most devious type, right?
Well, it shocked both of us. I thought queen c3 must be a blunder because of the fork, but no, it's not. It's actually not the best move because the engine says bishop c6 would force an exchange, and then white has big problems because a6 becomes weak. There are still forks, and the d3 square is a problem. So bishop c6, an awkward move to see, but it's the only move for Fabi to have an edge.
And bishop c6, extremely, extremely strange move. Knight d5, if if we are moving that knight. You place bishop c6. I'm very impressed by this move, because there was nothing that was really bringing that bishop there. He just found this idea and realized that this is the way that he should be treating the position.
Yeah, and if this bishop is gone, as we said, a6 becomes a problem and d3 becomes a problem. But super impressive, I agree. Knight d5, a more natural way to attack and defend c7. But bishop c6 was the best according to the engine. Fabi finds it, and maybe, just maybe, he'll level the score. Look at the clock.
Wow. I mean, it's such a powerful move. Knight a2 now is the intention after capturing, and just what a concoction there.
Yeah, it's actually... Oh, and he finds it. Oh my gosh, what a precise game here from Fabi to come back from the break. I think he's just... Yeah, he's going to play rook c8, and he just... Or queen c7. I guess both win material because the bishop is pinned. And just like that, I think we're going to have...
b4, queen takes c6. Okay.
Queen takes...
But actually, queen f1. Hang on.
Hold on.
Yeah. Okay, I knew there was something. b4 was like... I felt that there was something there. What a find from Prague. I'm shocked by the find from Fabiano. Dare I say I'm more impressed by the recovery find by Prague there. That's insane.
Agreed. 100% agreed. This was harder to find, I think, for Prague, especially because you have that emotional ride of having maybe blundered, and yet you stick with it.
That's incredible. White's better, by the way. There's big threats to the king as well.
Yeah, the queens and knights are dangerous. Here comes that alpha pawn. You're going to see weird mating nets here if you blunder.
Yeah, we need some activation. This move, by the way, is to support knight e4 as well as queen e8.
Wow. Okay, pure time scroll ahead. You got to move. You got 2 seconds if you're Prague. Here comes the a pawn. Oh, you got to move.
Scary.
Every moment is living on the increment.
The a pawn's going way too quick. There's no threat.
Gosh.
Knight h4 needed.
Threat. Black is just going to queen.
Yep.
You got to move. You got 5 seconds. No, he hasn't moved yet. But
1 second.
I think Fabi should have just gone for the queen, but he didn't. Oh my gosh. What is happening here?
And a queen is now appearing. There's knight g5, but the double queens are covering. What an insane position.
Double queens for 2 knights. This is not out of the realm, by the way, that Prague can't win this. This is absolutely crazy with the knights on the board.
Yep. Knight f4. This is just tense. Like there's nothing about this that is a free win.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. You could fork yourself at any
Queen
moment.
d7. Oh my goodness.
Okay, be careful. Don't fall for a knight.
I'm so worried about a fork here.
This is so crazy. Oh my gosh.
Amazing.
Okay, both sides
move. Well timed.
Okay, does he? Oh, he gets the queens off. That's huge.
And it would be such an interesting position if the pawns weren't there on the A file, but this is 100% over.
Oh my gosh. What a way to level this match at 6 games apiece. That could have gone anybody's way. And I have not seen a queen versus 2 knights battle like that since, I don't even know, a wild night. We won't go there. What a game, what a match.
Unbelievable. What a neat position that was, seeing the queen do battle with 2 knights. And honestly, even though the queen is the favorite there, I find myself appreciating how difficult it is to play because of all the knight forks, that I want to say that was really well done with the 2 queens. I know they're technically the favorite, but I still feel impressed that the queens won that.
I agree. I think that in practical terms, with both sides under 5 seconds, I would take white 50% of the time. And by the way, it wasn't always clear black was winning. That eval board was very close to equal, and somehow Fabi managed to get that done. Although as soon as one of the queens came off the board, you felt much better about black's chances. But that was a fun one.
All right. Well, we're back in a completely, I was going to say different position, but in some ways a little bit similar. Wild.
Yeah.
We've seen doubled pawns before right out of the opening. This is 2 bishops against 2 knights, which means you're going to see a very loose way that Fabi handles the position. You'll notice the F pawn is actually just hanging here. The H pawn is also hanging. So that's just the way you want to play with the bishops. You can't sit there with the pawns back, no threats. You want to play H4, H5. You want to play Queen F3 or Queen G4. Both bishops want to become alive in the position. If you play Queen G4, F5, bishop G5, rook E1. You see how quickly all the pieces enter the game. That's what Fabi's looking for. And Pragg is probably looking to maybe trade queens and certainly try to find a safe outpost for the knight. Maybe it's F5 here.
Yeah. Yeah. I like how you said white wants to play the position loosely, whatever you said. I think it's super instructive to just know that when you have the two bishops like this, despite this desire to maybe want to fix some of your weird open pawn weaknesses, you actually are thriving on chaos and keeping the diagonals open. A funny check to throw in versus queen g4 right away, but either way, that's exactly what white wants, is just to keep the position open and messy.
Exactly. Yeah, if you're calculating something and you're like, I don't know what's happening there, play it. That's what you want to see. As Pragg, that's not what you want to hear at all. You're looking for, knight f5, g6, a really strong hold on a square, and then it keeps the f pawn on f4, maybe locking that dark square bishop out of the game. So I think that both players are trying to achieve something so different. In fact, neither player has castled or ever will castle in this game, so it's guaranteed to be exciting.
Yeah, and Bobby's thinking a lot because, it's hard to know what to do here. I mean, yes, you want to keep the position open, but what move do you play? Okay, you play d5. That opens other things eventually. Oh, wow. You're just giving up the d6 pawn. Let's go. Pure chaos. I love it.
Loose and double question mark doesn't even represent, look, the evaluation is roughly equal, right? If it's about 0.00 and you can play moves time and time again that toss pawns, I would probably say that the position is quite scary for black.
Yeah, agreed. And that's one of those ones I will just call out chess.com's own blunder system. Remember, it's local analysis. Sometimes the evaluation that is given after deep analysis like game review is different. And that was not a double question mark move. That was maybe a little dubious according to the computer, but given the practical chances white has, again, I would guarantee you that if you ran this game with deeper engine analysis at a greater depth, that move would not be given two question marks. It is a crazy position ahead here.
And it's one of the few times in chess, and it's kind of a funny moment, where you play king d8, but then you actually go back to e8 and then f8. It's really rare to see the king make a run for one side and then abandon it and actually go back to the other side. And it was completely the correct decision.
Yeah, there is no juking in chess where you get to get your opponent to jump the wrong way. You have to commit. So for the king to fully commit and then kind of juke his way back to the king's side is wild. But Pragg is defending, and Fabi's pressure is slipping. That move doesn't look good because knight c8 is actually very, very good discovery here.
Yeah, surprisingly good. And if you eliminate just one of the bishops, I'm telling you, the game almost ends immediately because black just plays g6, king g7, and that's why he decided to actually give it up instead.
Yeah, it's funny. Maybe even why knight c8 was a little bit better. I think this is good for black, but it's also funny to note that maybe knight to c8 was a cleaner thing, given that you avoid this awkward queen sack. But okay, Pragg should be good here.
If this was, a chess played in the park as black, my next move would be short castle. However, I don't think he's going to get away with it here.
Yeah. You see if you can get away with a fast one there. Chess.com won't even let you make that move, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're ahead of me on that one.
Too bad. All right, but now what to do? You got to move the rook to safety. You do. Again, if someone just came into this game along, they'd say, why isn't black just castling? Black is just castling and winning here, but you can't castle, which makes this position very tricky.
Yeah, how many times do you actually see the king sat on e8 this far into the game, and it's actually the third visit of the king to this square or something, right? We went to d8 and back, we went to f8 and back, and it's gonna have to move again for sure. So we're waiting to see. The bishop is also sliding back to d4, even though the position currently, c5, okay, c5 d5, I guess
c5 d5, but you're gonna win that pawn, and at some point, okay, if you're black, you're actually okay with losing some material back as long as you can simplify things, and you'd love to just get one of these bishops off the board. But you only have 15 seconds here. This is, okay, here we go. Another crazy one ahead.
Easier said than done, for sure. c5, and there's bishop a4. Also, bishop takes on d5. I do think after c5 that d5 is going to be played. And here you have an option. Knight c6 runs into c5.
Bishop c5, maybe even bishop c5. Is it? I don't know if it works, but I mean, it's okay. He goes for it. It's crazy.
Yep. Scary.
Wow. 5
Very
seconds,
scary.
3 seconds. Unreal. Frog finds the best move with only 3 seconds on the clock.
That is a strong one. Bishop takes d6, king b6, and you're running to a7. You can play
That's
c5 and lock that bishop in, but this is not going to be easy.
I think finding king c7 might have just won him this game. What a move to find there, because the king is suddenly safe. It looks completely different than what we had earlier, and here comes the h-pawn.
Yeah, the bishop's going to reposition here on a much better diagonal, and now the rooks want to go to the b file with the bishop covering everything. I think this is still quite scary.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm like underestimating White's pressure here. This is crazy. The
King
eval bar,
h2.
oh my god, he's got 1 second.
Yep, there's some big ideas here. Very difficult to move at all.
Absolutely crazy. Bishop to g4, gets the queen off of the h3 pawn.
Yep.
Wait, hold the phone.
Well, I think what you can play is bishop takes c6 and bishop b8 check.
Rook takes b7, and he's got the
now
windmill.
you can take. Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh.
This is over. Pragg falls victim to a brilliancy at the end, but a brilliancy I think everyone would play. You cannot give up that b7 pawn with check, and what a tough position. And honestly, a heads-up sacrifice from Fabi, who was behind and losing. He decided to sack his queen. It was the best practical decision, Dan.
What a wild game, and what a wild match we have. It's almost like we scripted it. Obviously, we did not, but the fact that we talked about Pragg overcoming a 2.5, 1.5 lead halfway through the 5-1 portion, and Fabi just did the exact same thing. I mean, this is it. It literally is writing itself here for this one to be super dramatic all the way to the end.
Yeah, look at this. I was actually about to call for the chess.com prediction model because I wanted to see the beautiful colored squiggly lines going up and down, and look at them.
Yeah.
Look at them squiggle. It is an incredible match. And anytime you see the win percentage or chance just fluctuate from 50 to 70%, back down 30%, you've got an amazing match on your hands.
Yeah, and remember, the pre-match prediction, as you can see, was very, very close to 50-50. That's where it started. So this is one of those really, really rare occasions where the simulation model we ran, running this match, however many hundreds, thousands of times we did, suggested that the match is going to go to overtime more often than not. So if that happens today, free chess for all of us.
Yeah, bishop f4. I was about to say, this is the square you want to be on. A massive achievement here. This is exactly what you would want. I think they had a previous game that looked like this, and I was trying to get my pieces here. A5 is always a consideration because of the A pawn. So what is happening here is that you don't need to play A5 right away, but you're always threatening it. So black can never move the rook from A8.
Yeah. I love Pragg's position here, like you said. The other game, he
this
didn't
looks
quite
almost
get
like
this
a problem. Sorry,
Yeah,
I was just thinking like you have to play knight back
d7.
to b8 because this I was actually looking at b4 and knight d7.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I was going to say the same thing. The knight d7 fork forces this problem, but instead Pragg plays the very slow move h3, just missing this. Maybe.
Yeah, there's no bishop takes e5. Actually, maybe there is because you could take on e5 and then pawn takes on c5, queen c5. So basically, I think h3 is saying my position is so good, I don't need to play a loose move like b4, which may or may not work. But he's just making a smart blitz decision where it's like, let me make this amazing h3 move, rook e1. Like I have so many good moves to make. White is just clearly better that he doesn't want to risk a tactic maybe not working out completely, because making a regular move, he still has just an overwhelming advantage.
Yeah, you're right. And obviously easier for us to say with the eval bar, but b4 met by knight e6 would have attacked the bishop. And if you play knight d7, there's take with the tempo on the queen. So anyway, just human passing the smell test. You can understand why he made the safe let's move. At the same time, black is still holding, and white has not delivered a knockout punch yet. And will he have a better one than what he already had?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm still, wondering about b4, but it's because it's been passed up already. I feel like it's almost, it becomes less tempting to go for it later because you've already kind of given it a look and said, no, I don't really trust that. So it feels unlikely to go back to it.
Yeah. And still, if you're unlikely to go back to it, and if it is missed, then white has been better for a long time. And there's only so many times you can look at a beautiful position without eventually it starts to change. So at some point here, what is it? You got to get something on the diagonal. By the way, it's like knight e6 is an idea, but I wonder if knight takes f7 would be possible in some of those positions. So crazy stuff here.
Yeah, and queen takes b5. There might just be bishop takes f7 with a whole bunch of different kind of tactics lurking in the position. So bishop a2 is, again, one of those undeserved question marks there, because I thought that was a pretty logical move and nothing is hanging in the position. So incredibly tempting.
Yeah, agreed. Here, there's just got to be some sort of tactics on the diagonal. On the file, highlighting a diagonal and highlighting a file and thinking about the diagonal. I'm Freudian slipping because both are on the mind. All right, he plays knight to g4. Open up, kind of, I guess, just a simple idea.
Yeah, knight h6 is also a way to just pick up the dark square bishop that might annoy you. So I understand knight f5 getting out of both of those ideas. But look, Pragg is keeping the game simple. He's not trying to overcommit for tactics. And believe me, he's an amazing calculator. He sees the possibilities, but he also recognizes it's a blitz game. He's not going to sink a minute into a tactic when not playing the tactic. He still has a good position. He's just looking to trade knights. Bishop takes on e3, a7 pawn loose. White is just better without the tactics.
Yeah, and I wonder if he could have taken first, by the way, and then moved the bishop. But okay, he doesn't. It was understandably risky from a human eye point of view. But the bishop pair is huge. The a7 pawn is weak. Just especially under 30 seconds, very unlikely, it feels like, for Fabi to hold on here.
Yeah, a7 pawn loose. If you take the queen on c4, so queen b8. I'm wondering what the follow-up is here. Bishop f4, I'm not sure if it's enough because you can interpose on the e5 square.
Okay, he goes for it, but as you said, bishop e5 and pawn e5 may be possible. Yeah, he plays bishop e5. A simplification would just be very welcomed for Fabi right now. Get these pieces off the board so I can defend.
Yep. Yep, it's not even about losing a pawn, and he goes back. I think that's the right decision. As black, I start to wonder about, bishop d6. Does he bring the bishop back the other way? He makes a great move, e6, just killing that diagonal.
Yeah, great move. And you might even be able to move the knight now and use the d5 square. This advantage has slipped, and the time advantage is slipping with it. So Pragg has got to find a way to convert on this pressure. Otherwise, like we said, it's just pretty to look at, but not doing anything.
Okay, there's some kind of loose pieces here. Rook c8. I was wondering about. Okay, bishop back to c2. Okay. The pieces are recoiling a little bit, and I think this is playing into the knight's hands. So let's see if he can drum up some counterplay now.
Yeah. White finally wins this weak but elusive a7 pawn, but will it be enough? Because the knight is just so much happier than it was earlier. So I kind of like Fabi's chances to hold here more than I did before. Maybe wrong by that.
Queen d8.
He's going to trade.
I mean, you can just grab that pawn.
Much better than trading. Yeah, duh. Okay. Now,
I don't think queen d4 is enough.
Yeah, you don't want to let the knight blockade on the dark squares.
Feels,
loses. Okay,
tough decision.
Here comes
time
queen
low.
one.
You bail out, Danny. I'm thinking about it. Oh, that's not the move.
Fabi just missed a chance for a draw. Queen c2, queen b1, and queen. I think there was some sort of odd perpetual there.
Yeah, he almost couldn't believe this is over. The knight can't move. Fabi knows it, and it's actually going to be a resignation. But I think Fabi's really upset with himself there, that queen d6 move. But we all do things in panic that we just can't explain afterwards. It is yet again tied 7-7. And that guy on your screen right there, Praggnanandhaa, incredible performance by both players, but it just feels like Pragg got that last shot in right before the end there, and look at this. It is 3.5 in both segments. I've never seen a match this even, Danny.
And it's funny because it's this even, and also it's this crazy in terms of how we got there again.
Yeah,
we have had dominant performances you would expect of super GMs this level, but we've also had games that completely went the other way, and we've had mouse slips. This is I wonder what was going into the model when we were predicting a match that could go to Armageddon or at least overtime, because I don't think anyone predicted this type of chess. This is absolutely crazy, and we are deadlocked heading into Bullet.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I predicted this type of chess, but I would never expect this score line to be the result of this type of chess. So the fact that we are getting all of that packaged with a close match, pure entertainment. Everyone has to be glued to their seats right now, Danny, as you know, we've got to the end of this segment as well. Obviously, there is 1+1 to decide everything. But before we get there, before we even take a break, I want to talk about Chessup, which is a board actually that I've used recently and had a lot of fun playing on. Chess.com is thrilled to support Chessup, fellow game changer and a record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm. They have the brand new Chessup 2. The physical electronic board syncs to your Chess.com rated games. You can save and analyze them on Chess.com, has built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and TouchSense pieces, and Chessup 2 supports players of all levels, so that's nice of them. Over 500,000 Chess.com games have already been played on Chessup 2, and now we're hooking you up with 10% off when you use code CCT10. So you can head over to playchessup.com or !chessup in chat to unlock the limited time offer. So don't go anywhere, because after the break, we have the 1+1 bullet, but also Danny Wrench has a special announcement for all of you. So stay tuned. You don't want to miss it.
My name is Fabiano.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel.
If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chessup 2? That's right. With Chessup 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chessup 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chessup 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chessup 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chessup 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chessup, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
What is Hikaru's all-time blitz rating on chess.com?
At some point, people were getting up to like 3,400, like Ali Reza. I'm gonna go like 3,409, because I think back in the day, everyone was like a bit higher rated, and Ali Reza and Hikaru were around the 3,400 range. I'm gonna go 3,409 just to shot in the dark.
It's 3,405, but really close. When was the first time Fabiano beat you in a classical game?
Okay, let's see. So there's 2011 Vaikonze. I did not lose that game. First time I lost to Fabiano classical game. Think so. It's not 9. Is it Reggio Emilia? That's an interesting question. This is probably wrong, but I'm gonna go with the 2014 Singfield Cup.
I actually think you're exactly correct on that one. Round 5.
Okay.
Which basketball team does Hikaru support?
I have no idea. Mavericks? probably not. I don't know.
It's Chicago Bulls. How many candidates tournaments has Fabiano played?
Okay, so for Fabiano, it should be pretty easy. It should be 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. So it should be five candidates tournaments.
Hikaru published a book in 2009. What was the title?
It was something about Bullet. It was like how to win Bullet. I wouldn't remember the exact title. How to win at Bullet Chess.
Actually, pretty close. It's Bullet Chess 1 Minute to Mate. Has Fabiano ever represented a country besides the US? And if so, which one?
Yeah, so Fabiano represented Italy from about, like, I'm gonna guess, like somewhere around like 2001-ish to till I think 2014. Could be wrong, but about 12 or 13 years he represented the country of Italy.
What was Hikaru's peak FIDE rating?
20. Okay, was it over 2820? I'm like, for some reason the numbers that's jumping out is 2819. It could also be somewhere in the low 2820s. For some reason 2819 is like speaking to me. I'll go with my gut, say 2819.
2816, close. What was Fabiano's peak FIDE rating?
Okay, so Fabiano's peak FIDE rating, okay, so I believe that it was higher than Kasparov, if I'm not mistaken. Kasparov was 2851, so I think it was 2850. It's either 2853 or 2849. I think is he higher than Gary or not? For some reason in my mind, 53 doesn't sound right. 49 does. 2849, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's the other way around.
We have 2844.
Oh, it's 44, okay. Oh, is that much lower than Gary? Okay. Okay.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
Everybody has days where they just don't feel up for it. You look in the mirror and you're not your full self. NeuroGum, energy and focus. I know a guy who uses the gum to help get ready for his day. And it tastes good. That's the energy and focus this guy needs to go bring smiles to the faces of chess pieces everywhere. There he is. That's my guy. Always forward, never back. NeuroGum, helping little pawns feel big since 2015.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Obviously, we're all excited, Danny, for this 1+1 segment, which will ultimately decide the winner of this match. But I know first, Danny, you had something important that you wanted to share.
Yeah, it is a special announcement. It's not necessarily an exciting announcement. I don't know that anything around this time is exciting for the chess world. Obviously, everyone knows that we lost collectively together Daniel Naroditsky, who we love and will miss forevermore. And while there are going to be other things that we do in the coming months, and I won't get into all of those things, with some different events, some different ways that we're going to do what we can to do anything we can, something that we felt was appropriate to pay homage to Danya forevermore was that as of this year, and retroactively to every winner we've ever had in the Speed Chess Championship, players will have their names added to the Naroditsky Cup. The SCC for us represents the pinnacle of not just online chess. It is in many ways maybe the event that we will miss Danya the most. Every single year we will miss Danya because of who he was, what he did for this event. Personally, I know it was one thing Danya always gave me grief about, that he never got invited as a player, but I think I speak for everyone when I say that Danya will be missed even more as a commentator. And given that we are crowning who the best online blitz chess player is in the world, at least every year when we have the SCC, having their name added to the Naroditsky Cup will forever immortalize Danya as a part of this event. So that is the announcement. We are very excited to do that. As we said, Amon, there really isn't anything we can do at this time. Like everybody else, we feel absolutely devastated about what happened. And at the very least, we will never forget Danya when it comes to the SCC every year. And so that's official. The Naroditsky Cup will be revealed in London live, and we will put players' names on it. And forevermore, the SCC champion will have their name added to the Naroditsky Cup. There you go.
And I think, obviously we always will remember Danya, but sometimes little things like this, Danny, they make the biggest difference. Just saying the name out loud, the Naroditsky Cup, it's a good way to remember. We'll always be saying it. And the SCC is something that I know he looked forward to. I had the privilege of co-commentating so many of the SCCs alongside Danya. So that's a really special thing that I know was close to him, and just amazing to have someone that we can view as pretty much the pinnacle of commentary, but yet also could make a case for himself as a player in the very same event. That's really one of one.
Yeah. Well, he really could have, and he came so close to qualifying, and he was always on the top of our list for inviting. But as you said, commentary, we will never not do this event without thinking of Danya. And as I said, there will be some other things happening. And for those looking in any way to be involved, we will let you know as we announce those. But of course, we feel really excited that the Naroditsky Cup will forever make Danya a part of this event. And all right, speaking of the event, as you said, we're tied heading into Bullet. We've gotten lucky so far, you and I, in the two matches we've commentated. The last time we were together, Wesley So and Vincent Keimer went to overtime. Amon, will we go to overtime with Fabiano and Prague?
Well, history would tell me, Danny, that you have something to do with these overtimes. Don't say we got lucky. This is all you. I've been commentating a number of matches. I've seen blowouts, right? We've seen some really difficult first-round matchups for some of these players, but this one is an absolutely epic barn burner of a match. 7-7. Are we going to see overtime in this one? I hope so, because it's not just that it's an equal match that I'm excited to find out the winner. It's that truly the games we've watched have been so entertaining. This is not just draw, 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 and no one can break through. This is actually probably some of the most wins that we've seen for an equal match.
Yeah. I mean, we've definitely had a couple draws, but no, as you said that, I was racking my brain and thinking about the amount of decisive chess, the amount of lead changes we've had. I don't know how quickly we could pull up a stat like that, but this match has had as many lead changes as I can remember. So again, if you're just tuning in, where have you been? But lucky you, we have a thriller, and here comes the fastest portion of the SCC.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what happens in the Bullet portion. I was actually commentating with Eric in the previous match, and his closing thoughts as we round out the commentary for yesterday's show was that watch out for Prague, because Eric played a match against him. So clearly, not only is he working on his Bullet, but he played him recently, and he was saying this Prague guy is real scary in Bullet, probably more than people think.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a good call by Eric. I had no idea about that, but the training is real. We know that Vincent played a bunch of Bullet before going up against Wesley. It ultimately, unfortunately, didn't get him over the hump if you're a Vincent fan, but will Prague get over the hump and send a perennial SCC player home in the first round? I like the endgame for Black. In fact, I love this endgame for Black, dominating the dark squares, keeping this bishop trap behind the e4 pawn. I don't know how much winning chances are really here, but this is crazy. Wow.
Yeah, and I was about to say, Black can just allow f takes e5 and not even take it back. And I think c5 here exemplifies that. You could probably take and just let the pawn drop. As long as it's doubled pawns on e5, I understand what Prague is trying to do here. However, be on the lookout for h4, bishop h3. This is a really common way to fight against this knight and not allow dark square domination.
Yeah. I love this move. H4, bishop h3, and you're so happy you got rid of that pawn. Remember how we play that game as kids and go, hey, you just want this pawn? Take it off the board to give me an open file? Fabiano actually figured out a way to do that. He got that pawn off the board, which is saving this game for white.
Yep, and he basically had to go into this liquidation here. So this is a nice job by Fabi, but I will say, even though the position has changed a little bit, I always prefer that knight to the bishop. Just, you have to be a little bit more cautious as white, but okay, we are trending very, very equal here.
Yeah, I agree. The knight is preferred, especially with pawns on one side of the board, but Pragg decides it's not enough to at least justify playing for a win in the first game. So here we go. The match stays deadlocked, one of the few draws we've had today, and game 2 of Bullet underway.
Yep, and we've got this knight e7. Notice that it's not e4, e5, but still the idea of knight ge7 in any opening is met with d4. That's just a natural reaction. You've got to claim the center if black is going to play in a way like knight e7 that doesn't fight for the central squares as much as knight f6.
Yeah, not an Alapin Sicilian, not a 97 Spanish game where Pragg was black, but in some ways we're getting weird themes that are mixing in with all these openings. Here, both sides seem to be aware that we're in Bullet, though. Not that sounds like an obvious thing to say, but sometimes when you make that transition, one player is playing slower than the other, but not here. They both seem to be playing very quickly.
Agreed. There's sometimes an adjustment period where you're so used to playing blitz, as you have been for the last hours, that you're not ready for when it starts to get speedy. And there's not just, obvious adjustments to the time, but also the way that you play, the positions you take are suddenly different when it comes to Bullet. I'm more than happy to play a position like this with white, maybe more so than in the blitz, because it looks difficult to defend. I'm on the attack, and it's just nice to play with the initiative.
Agreed. In fact, I was already looking at ideas of playing f6. It obviously was dubious as far as the sacrifice goes, but to Amon's point, white feels like white is getting more pressure here, and black has to play an ugly move f6 himself. Yeah, what an awkward pin here. I'm looking at it. I don't like it for either side. I wish I could bring more pressure as white, but black doesn't know what to do either.
Yeah, I like this position for Pragg. I also think in terms of the time control, it's exactly where you want to be. Maybe you could go, queen e1 or queen f2 and slide over to g3. He took on e6, which I wouldn't have said is my, let's say, preferred move, because now not only is this a great bullet move, but it might just be a good move in general, and d5 cannot be used by the white knights.
Yeah. These are double pawns that you're happy to see. They control all the critical squares. And I love that move, rook d4, by the way. An exchange sack that nobody wants to take. This has really turned around for Fabi.
Fabi's brilliancy farming here. Every move he makes is a brilliancy because it hangs the rook. He's a genius.
I love it. I love it. Take advantage of that chess.com game review there. All right. Well, now the rook has been sacrificed, and maybe Pragg took it at the right time because he's getting that knight to a brilliant blockading square.
Yeah. No, this is tough, but I will say bishop g3 is huge because rook f1 wanted to be played and couldn't. Yeah. So this is a little bit of an achievement. And remember, in Bullet, I would just always prefer having the initiative, and the initiative here is with Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, but here comes queen e1. Oh, or queen g1 with queen h2. If you can get the queens off the board, the exchange is a lot easier to use.
Yep. Yeah, watch out. These rooks are defending laterally, but there's so many threats to watch out for. It feels like something's got to give.
Yeah, okay. The rooks are traded on f8, but Fabi still has the dark squares, and you still have to watch out for mating nets.
Bishop
wow, that
E4,
opens up the light square bishop.
Closing the dark square bishop, but the light square bishop is now permanently open, so not easy to maneuver.
I mean, okay, the eval bar is creeping up for white, and obviously Pragg is maintaining his time despite being low on the clock. But still, this is not so simple, I think.
I think it's pretty simple. Okay. I'm not going to lie. Just the bishops don't have anywhere to go. So you can build up like a3, b4. I'm just not really seeing a threat. I'd probably bring the king to e2, honestly, but a3, b4 should break through.
Okay, I was thinking the d pawn was harder to get going with c5 protected, but you're right. The blockade is real. But okay, so now here comes b4 maybe? This is his plan to open things up for the rook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen it crash through just yet. At this point, he might just reposition everything. Knight, like rook e1, knight f2, knight e4. But Yeah, you gotta open this at some point. As soon as he does, I think everything should work out.
Yeah, he's been hesitant to play b4, and Fabi is just kind of shuffling here.
Yeah, it's definitely proving your prediction correct that it's difficult. I still don't think that it is, but he's playing it as if, you know what, it's tough to break through. Rook h1, there's bishop f8, and rook f1, the bishop comes back to guard.
Yeah, I don't know. So apparently Prague thinks it's as tricky as I thought it was. And you're right, though. At some point, you just got to play b4 if you're white, but maybe he's too nervous on the clock, or some bullet nerves are getting to him, because if he's not going to open up lines, the rook is just not the more powerful piece.
Yeah, I mean, b4 now. There you go. Yeah, do it when the d pawn can be captured, because then there's knight e6 to follow. It can't play king c5.
Okay. Yeah. All right, now we're all aligned that this should be more simple for white. Again, here we go. Knight a5 check is
bishop c5 is checkmate. Watch out.
Oh my gosh. Bishop c5 was threatened checkmate. Okay, but king b6, bishop c5 is okay. Woo! Heart attack.
It's a check, Danny.
It's a check. Wait, what was going on there?
I have no idea.
We're gonna
have this has become way more than just a simple conversion. I am in disbelief at how tricky this has got. Look at this position. What?
I absolutely am just blown away by how tricky this has been, or the fact that there was an eval bar drop. There was a weird blunder there that none of us could see. Oh my gosh.
This is absolute madness. I can't believe it. This is bullet chess. Like, it's just wild. Finally, we see rook h2, and the rook will rejoin the action.
Well, I was going to say, but g3 is hanging, so now you have to give up g4, and this is. I mean,
I think I would have given up g3, but okay, one way or another, take the knight and take on g3. You're losing all the pawns. This is incredible.
Oh my gosh.
You can't help but shake your head, no matter which player you are. This was a definition of a bullet game.
I know we don't normally back up in bullet, but I had to know the answer, so I did the rare thing where I had to go to chess.com events and pull it up on my other computer, because I'm not going to disrupt the broadcast. But the move after c6, Amon, was your checkmate idea. Black has bishop d8, and there's no way to deal with bishop b6. The king is trapped.
Oh my goodness.
So you have to play knight c5 and give up the two pieces, but you can't get out. Like, black is winning. So anyway, we have to move on.
That's insane.
But for anyone who cares enough to know the answer and wants complete information, you can go check it out yourself. But absolutely crazy, and we are still deadlocked here in bullet.
Yeah, I was actually thinking, Danny, the segment is 25 minutes long. There's 10 minutes gone, and we've played 2 games. So it's like, yeah, there's going to be the lowest amount of bullet games in this segment ever.
Oh. Wow. Okay, well, 8 games apiece. We are deadlocked, but not because of lack of fighting chess or blunders or mouse slips. If you're just getting here, this has been a ton of fun today, and we have less than 15 minutes to go, unfortunately. It has to end at some point.
Yeah, that's the worst part about this, but it means we have 14 more minutes to really enjoy a dead level match. And talk about knight h4. There's a knight, by the way, to recapture on d6, but knight h4 first, recognizing that not only queen g6 is a threat, but knight f3 as well.
Yeah, Prague is, he's doing great here. I mean, this king is wide open. This seems so scary. Give another check, queen d5 maybe, and then knight g6 and try to pick up the pawn. I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas.
That's what bullet is, just putting ideas together. And I think queen d5 and knight g6 is a good-looking plan. I like it.
Okay, well, we don't see it yet. Fabi keeps his pawn with c7. That could come back to haunt Prague if he doesn't get something against the white king. That's a very dangerous situation here with back rank problems.
Yeah, if you don't keep this pawn, I'm nervous for the position. Like, it looks like the position gets pretty bad. Queen d5, there's always f3. The only reason Fabi's kind of still in this game, and you can never move away from the f3 square, so he plays it to eliminate all the threats.
Well, and playing it now is great because the queen can't move without the knight hanging. So suddenly f3 is actually a way to give white an advantage. The queen is stuck to guarding the knight.
Queen G4
oh my,
saves the day.
the queen
It
took
hit
coming
the
off.
rook.
Okay, there's no way Prague see this. You see Fabi there, oh, he just blunders the rook with check.
Blunders the rook.
Oh my gosh. Rare emotion shown from Praggnanandhaa. Usually when he makes mistakes, he doesn't even show it emotionally. A very stoic chess player, but there he couldn't hide it. That was just an absolute miss, blundering the rook on c8.
Yeah, that's why Queen G4 was so powerful, because it hit the queen and the rook. You must exchange, and exchanging the queens is basically a death sentence for the position. So you can understand why his instinct was to not even consider queen takes G4 at all.
Wow. Okay, well, we have our first decisive game in Bullet. Fabiano Caruana re-grabs the lead. Pragg and Fabi have both led at different times today, but only 12 minutes to go, and Fabi leading right now when it matters most.
Exactly right. The match continues to only be separated by a game. I haven't even had time to say, oh, this might be the moment where somebody leads by 2, because the games have just been happening so quickly and it's evened up before I've even had the thought. But Danny, I'll just squeeze in this moment to say, look, if Fabi wins this game, he can take the first 2-point lead of the entire match.
That's so wild to say. I haven't even realized that, but you're right. We have had such an amazing match today. No player has led by more than one game at any point. And yeah. All right, will we see that with only 10 minutes to go? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, knight d7, knight a4, and the idea is usually to play c4, and actually that knight can regroup to b2 and d3 in the future, but for now, it's probably going to stay there while we see h4, h5, king g2, and these sort of slow improving moves.
Yeah. All right. Well, slow and improving the queen side is what Fabi's doing. I actually really like that move a4. Those double pawns are pawns only a mother could love. Queen a8 here. Okay, you can get rid of the knight if not for rook b2. I think he'll just bring the other rook over now. Maybe he wants knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4 can be good as well. I like knight c4. And the problem is, if 1 or 2, or actually even if none of the a pawns drop, it doesn't matter. Black's pawn structure is superior.
Yeah, I love it. Super solid. That knight on c4 is going nowhere. And the only funny thing is it's hard to actually get at these pawns at the same time, right? So that's the one thing Pragg has going for him, is they're ugly, but they're kind of keeping the demons at the gate as long as he can hold on to them.
Exactly. The move, king g2 can be played here. d4 does have an answer by moving a piece to the e4 square, but it's not, you don't feel comfortable playing king g2, but you also don't feel comfortable with the bishop lined up, and rook b8 trades pieces.
Yeah, rook b8 gets the pieces off the board. We're back to equal. These a pawns have been ugly, but if you turn your back, they might run up the board and become queens. So you have to be super careful here.
Yeah, knight d6, queen f8. The pieces are just going to get thrown in, and unless black has some sort of checkmate down there, remember, queen takes f7 will also guard the f2 pawn.
Yeah. Maybe there was some sort of wild idea with bishop f2. Okay, h5, I like this, guaranteeing maybe at least a draw
Bishop takes
for Pragg.
h6 is a trick. That was bishop takes h6. Instead, queen e4 guards that.
He just blundered queen e1.
Oh, no. Yeah, there's checks everywhere here. I don't know if there's a forced mate, but this has to be winning. Queen to g6, though. What do you do about queen g6?
Yeah, I mean, queen g6 will be a draw.
Knight e3. Oh, wait. Knight e3. Yeah,
knight e5 and it's pinned.
Knight e5, even better.
Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. And you called it. Commentator's curse in reverse. Amon Hambleton says we need our first 2-game lead of the day, and it's on the board for Fabiano Caruana. Now Pragg really in must-win territory for the first time in the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. We've never even thought about a 2-point lead. I finally realized that I had never mentioned it, and all of a sudden we see it happen. It's the first time this match has really pulled away for either player, and with only 8.5 minutes on the match clock, I won't say that this is a must-win game, but maybe it's a must-not lose.
Yes, for sure. I think depending on how much time goes off the clock, it may be a must-win game, but you're right. We've seen games won with time expiring before, so I will take it back. Not quite back against the wall, have to win, but definitely you can't go down 3 games for sure.
Yeah, there's just no way. Remember, these 1+1 games, don't think of them as bullet games, 2 minutes. That's how long they take. We saw a game take just about like 6-7 minutes to start off this bullet portion.
You just said 6-7. We've avoided it all day, and there you go. Never mind. Not going to talk about it.
You got kids, Danny. You know, you're up on these things, unlike myself.
It's too much. It's too much. We even had a score of 6-7 in the match, but we didn't call for it. Ooh, E5. It's not good, but at least there's a discovered attack. Bishop to G5, and the queen is kind of running out of squares.
Yeah, this is concerning. It looks like Fabi is in big trouble because the best case scenario is a ton of pieces traded and just an unpleasant pawn deficit here. This is not a nice position.
Yeah, but it is good for the match. We all want a close one. This match, pre-match, was predicted to go to overtime. It's basically a 50-50 match with Fabiano Caruana coming out just ahead in all of our simulations. But okay, Pragg got to win this game. He has a great chance to do it to keep this thing close.
Pawn to C5. I like pawn to C5 because it's just saying the pawn is so weak, I'd rather not defend it. It's bullet. Let me just toss it into the wind and say, let me open up the rook on B8. B2 pawn is hanging. The queen, meanwhile, is on H3, causing a lot of problems. You move that bishop, the H pawn can go.
I love it. Although queen G2 is going to get everything off the board, and that might help Fabi's chances to draw. Okay, Pragg's still playing for two results. He's the only one who can win, but he would really love to get the win. Doesn't really want the draw here. Too much time has gone off the clock.
This is really unpleasant, though. The fact that the F7 pawn can continue to be hit is really, really annoying. Remember, if you play king G7, there's bishop F8 trick, so maybe rook D7 here.
Interesting. We get a rook ending, and
That's
black has rook. Okay, rook F7 going to F2. This is it.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got it.
This is over. This will definitely be a win, and with under 6 minutes, that is a really, really important result. Rook F3, and yeah, you can win this any way you'd like.
Fantastic game here from Pragg, winning when he needed to. We have a one-game match yet again with still 5.5 minutes to play. Man, this is exciting.
It is, because we're not sure how many bullet games we are going to get. And one thing I'll point out is we have not seen a lot of draws between these two. So if there's one bullet game remaining on a tied score, then we could just see, somebody jumping ahead by one game as they've done all match, but time expiring and benefiting that player, whoever it is.
Yep. Yeah, remember, as long as the game starts before time expires, it counts no matter what the current score is. And so, yeah, here we have a good center for white. Funny, the edge for black. Why is black better here? What am I missing? Is there something like knight b4 happening? Okay, he didn't play it, but maybe there was.
Yeah, I don't really see anything too specific about the position, but sometimes the move F5 can activate pieces. However, I wouldn't be confident enough to say that was the move there. If anything, we've got a position where the knight's brought itself into B3. Just the bishop pair here is nice, and control of the F4 square for that knight to maybe jump into in the future.
Yep. All right, so we're in that stage of the match, everybody, where you just can't stop looking at that clock, currently kicking down above Praggnanandhaa's head, given that he's white. So every single moment puts us in a spot where you're playing against two enemies if you're losing, not just the one across from you on the board, but you're also playing against the clock.
Yep, we mentioned the F4 square. It's so key because that knight on G6 really does nothing, if not jumping into F4. So I would have expected queen D2 in order to watch over that. But now knight's on a great square. You have to kind of commit here to the king side with knight H5 and stuff. But if black trades the queens, Fabi winning this game, that might be enough to almost take the whole thing. This is a huge push.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I was saying it, because I'm doing the math in my head. I guess you could lose this game, win as time is expiring, and barely get another one, but it's unlikely. If Fabi wins this one, he's in that area where he can milk the clock, literally, and just play and use the clock as a weapon.
Yeah, take on A3 here, I think. Like, the rook wasn't hanging, and neither was the A4 pawn. So I think just taking on A3 there is a little bit of a miss.
Yeah. Yeah, Fabi could have just won the pawn, and that might have been the match with it, but still close enough.
Knight D5 and bishop B4?
Knight B5.
Why are we not playing knight D5?
Yeah, what is? Oh, is he trying to get time off the clock? That seems like a
I don't
weird thing to
understand
do here.
spending that much time there. I'm in shock.
Yeah,
And
I don't.
disconnecting the queen and rook.
Yeah, long think, wrong think there. Spent too much time. Okay, he is still a little better in this endgame, but not nearly what it was. If Pragg can just draw this game, he has a chance to win and send it to overtime.
But because it's gone so long, now if he loses, he might just be completely out. So he's now fully committed to actually playing the position, and he's done a good job, but he needs to hold this to a draw.
Yeah. Must draw territory. Weird to say, but it's not must win. It is must draw territory to keep this SCC match alive. Fabi in a good spot. He's pushing and poking.
I would play G3 pretty soon and H4, allowing these pawns to push over there. Yeah, I like H4 a lot, and G3 controls F4, so I'm interested in those moves. And this is a bit annoying. Now knight F4, G3, the F3 knight is loose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, by the way, this game could easily go for another 90 seconds. That's crazy to say, but this game could keep going for quite a while.
And there's F6, there's G5, there's a number of, and if it's a draw, there's going to be another game that starts, which becomes a must win, but Fabi can continue to play to the point where if Fabi wins this, it's 100% over.
Yep. Yeah, if Fabi wins this, you can resign the match. Pragg has to hold. Fabi, here he comes with the push. He's going to try to open the position for the bishop on A7 to F2.
Knight F1 to E3, maybe?
Okay. I like it.
Ooh, rook A2 is super passive, and there's knight B4 tricks if the rook ever moves. The D pawn is just hanging now?
Oh, he just blundered that pawn? I can't even say it. Bishop takes F2. This is...
Oh, no. This is over.
No.
Everything's hanging, and this will be...
Oh, no.
A victory. No. The thing is, he could have resigned earlier, but obviously you can't say that was the thing to do. Of course he wouldn't. He brought it back to equal, but what he did in taking so much time for that game is he turned it into a must draw, and he couldn't hold that draw. Ultimately, Fabi with a 2-point lead, 45 seconds on the match clock, top left of your screen. Fabi could literally sit here and do nothing and win the match.
Yep, I'm speechless. As you gave the final call, it basically was the final call of calling the match. Pragg now kind of knows it, giving a bit of a shrug. I think it's a foregone conclusion. Even if Fabiano Caruana loses this game, time will expire, and he's going to move on to play Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals. Yep.
And that is, again, a Team Liquid matchup in that one. And you could just see the face that Pragg has here. It's such... I really feel for him. It's such a tough spot. He knows that it's over. So even this game is being played out, just knowing that it truly doesn't matter for the result and there's no more you can do. And it's just been such a close match. We knew that someone was going to be disappointed at the end of this one, Danny. There was just no way anyone was going to pull ahead by such a margin. It may even end up as just a 1 point differential.
Yep. Well, I think we're all disappointed at the end of this one that it didn't go to overtime. Of course, if you're rooting for Fabi regardless, maybe you're happy he got this thing done in regulation, if you will. But I was excited for that extra chess. But still, we had an incredible match today. What a barn burner. I don't care if Pragg wins this game or not. Even if it's a 3-game deficit at the end, anyone who watches this one knows that it was this was an incredible match, and Pragg was very close to playing Magnus in the next round. And I think he is going to win this game. I think it's going to be a one game finish.
Yeah. Also, for Fabi, it has to be said, it doesn't matter, and he knows it doesn't matter. And after all the hard work, it's probably the case that he's less focused on the result of this one, but finishing with a 11-10 score is so representative of the match that it was, that I almost want it to happen, to have that on paper, because this was the closest match the entire Speed Chess Championship so far.
Yeah, no, it really was. Wesley and Vincent did go to overtime, so I guess technically a few more games, but this one feels closer. And I actually think, again, we'd have to check the stats, but given that you and I called that, I'm confident in saying this one actually had more lead changes. In that other match, I think that it was a little bit more tied or one-sided throughout. I don't think we had as many lead changes in the other match.
Yeah, I think the reason, I'm glad you highlighted, because you kind of forget that there have been some very close SEC matchups. But I feel like the reason that I am saying that is that the games have been so wild, and yet the result even. It was a bit more tempered in terms of the Vincent and Wesley matchup. The score, and in fact, going to overtime there and to tie breaks, that ultimately was a closer match. But something about the two players here playing the craziest games and still ending up deadlocked is just, what a battle.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. This is one of those ones where you wish we could have interviews with both players afterwards and just, make it a bit of a party because I want to talk to both of them about how crazy this was. And they are teammates of Team Liquid. But anyway, obviously not going the way Pragg wanted, for sure. No denying that. But he has nothing to hang his head about. You play this, again, there's a reason we simulated this match, right, through the model. If you play this match 1,000 times, it probably goes the other way 50% of the time. Pragg was that close.
Yep, and he, with only a couple seconds here, Pragg is, he's upset, but he's upset because he knows what's happening in the match, not because of the game he's about to win with Rook F3, and just disappointment despite the win at the end, 11-10, and Fabiano Caruana takes down Praggnanandhaa, both from Team Liquid, and there's your winner on the screen. What an epically close matchup, as Fabi's looking calm as ever, taking a sip after that.
Yeah, and we'll catch up with Fabi in a little bit for the winner's interview for sure. He's wearing that Team Liquid. I've been told it's the Championship Edition jersey. So regardless of whether we say blue was home and white was away, I think Pragg was home if that's the case. Apparently Fabi's jersey is the Championship Edition, and he will keep his SCC Championship hopes alive with an 11-10 final score. Magnus Carlsen, his other Team Liquid teammate, waiting for him in the next round.
Incredible, because if you think about that 2% that the prediction model awarded, we may have seen the 2% in action in this exact matchup. 11-10. I mean, we've had some really close matchups in the round of 16. This is, apart from the Vincent and Wesley match, the only other one that can really be considered there. So, yeah, look at that pre-match prediction. That's honestly very close to what we saw on the board.
It basically was, other than overtime, right? We saw Fabi predicted as the one-game favorite in Bullet, so the scores didn't exactly line up with the ones you just saw in reality, but pretty darn close, right? And so you run this one back, Pragg would have won so many other times, but he falls just short. Congratulations, of course, to Fabiano Caruana are in order. In the round of 16, oh my gosh, what an SCC this is going to be. The first round in the books, we got so much more ahead.
Yeah, and we have Pragg and also Vincent sort of making their SEC debuts, falling short ultimately, but putting performances that tell me we're right at that tipping point with the SEC of the new generation about to just take over. And right now, Fabi and Wesley, they kind of shut the door just barely. It's like there's a storm outside and they're holding the door shut. But I'm telling you, Danny, the performances we've seen from these not just youngsters, but top players in the world tells me that they're going to be back in the SEC and probably winning the round of 16 as the favorites going forward.
Yeah, they're coming, right? They're coming. You can't stop them. And there's so many matchups to look forward to. We're going to obviously have a little bit of an extended post-game show today. We want to talk about the quarterfinal matchups. I'm already thinking about a matchup of the young generation, Hans Niemann versus Denis Lazovic. I mean, there are so many things to talk about in the next round, but you're right. This match and the other one you and I got to call, the very close one between Vincent and Wesley, means that the young players are imminently taking over very soon.
Right. Well, I know that we're looking towards an interview as well as going over these quarterfinal matchups, Danny. But obviously, people may have noticed the music that has been going on. So I want to remind everyone about the lo-fi synthwave music that has been playing during the ad breaks. If you haven't heard of Lo-Fi Girl, it's a YouTube channel that has 24/7 live streams of lo-fi music, synthwave, and other genres with over 15 million subscribers. This year, they partnered once again with Chess.com to create a synthwave playlist for the Champions Chess Tour. You can listen to it on YouTube, Spotify, or if you're a vinyl collector, a person of culture, I'd like to say, you can order your limited edition vinyl and learn more at go.chess.com/lo-fi. we have an interview with Fabiano Caruana, the winner of this match, coming up. So please drop your questions in chat if you'd like to get some of them asked and answered. And we have quarterfinal matches to preview, all after this break.
Does Hikaru have any siblings? If so, what are their names?
I know about Asuka. He was also a chess player. I don't think he really stuck with chess super long, but he was a good chess player. And I don't know of any other siblings.
Yeah, nice. What age did Fabiano stop going to school?
Okay, so Fabiano, okay, I'm trying to remember this. So I believe, okay, he and his family went to Hungary, I'm gonna guess around 2000. Fabiano is, should be around the same age as Magnus, so he should be 91 or 92. You said age or grade? Is it?
Age.
Age? Okay, I'm gonna guess 10.
12.
12, okay.
Hikaru ran a 5K after Norway Chess 2023. What was his time?
What's a good 5K time? I would say he probably has a pretty good time. 34 minutes? I don't know. That's a pretty good time. I mean, I was like doing like very casually just running 5K, and I didn't like go for time at all, but I would have been thrilled with 34 minutes, I think. I think what's the world record? Obviously, Hikaru's not going for that, but I think it's like 26 minutes, the world record. Or is that 10K? I'm probably like totally off. Anyway, I'm gonna go 34 minutes.
Well, I would assume he didn't break the world record, but his time was 21:02.
So am I thinking of 10K?
What is Fabiano's middle name?
Oh, that's easy. It's Luigi.
In the London Chess Classic of 2015, Hikaru was asked to describe you using one word. He failed to do so. What words did he use?
So he used multiple words?
He used multiple words.
No idea. Maybe it wasn't very nice if he's using multiple ones.
Best guess?
I actually failing to come up with anything. Maybe he said solid. That sounds like something neutral that he would say.
He said master of preparation.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not one word at all. He needs to
work on that.
To work on his numbers.
In the London Chess Classic of 2015, Fabiano was asked to describe you using only one word. What word did he use?
Okay, so this is completely random. Completely random. I have no idea. The only person I remember ever saying something interesting were Grishuk and Tobolov. So I'll just one word to describe me in 2015. So it's December 2015, right before the candidates. I mean, I have no idea, so I'm not even just gonna say a random word. No idea at all.
Want to make a guess?
Weird. Just a guess.
The word was unpredictable.
Okay. Oh, interesting. That means he's not the only one to say that. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship coverage. We just learned the winner of the match, Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, is our next and last quarterfinalist. So, Fabi, welcome to the show. Congrats on a very, very impressive victory. And I'll just start by asking you, what did you think of this match in general? Because for us, it was one of the closest matches we've seen, and Pragg looked like he could have been up by one, or you could have been up by one. I mean, talk us through how you're feeling.
Well, I thought that playing Prague in the first round is not not the nicest pairing to get, but everyone is strong, so it's not like you're going to get an easy pairing no matter who you play. But of course, Prague is one of the best players in the world. So yeah, it's super tough. I think that we're both not so uh, like in shape for online chess because I don't play too often. I don't think that he plays super often either. Like at least neither of us play so many casual games. So that was like the one thing that I thought, maybe I have going for me that even if I'm out of practice in online chess, maybe he is too.
Well, I mean, who do you want me to give you then? I'm just going to put you on the spot. You're going to name somebody you want to play in the first round? I don't think you want to do that. I mean,
I think we should play Daddy.
Okay, very good. That was the right answer to that. But all right, man. One of the storylines coming into this was the balance of whether you feel super in shape because you're getting so much tough chess right now, right? You just played the US Championship. Congratulations again on winning your 4th consecutive. Clutch chess happened. At what point does so many events, especially in 2025 with where we're at in the professional chess scene, feel like it's less of a warm-up and more of a burnout, right? Where you're just exhausted with so much chess. So talk a little bit about how you went into this match and just sort of building on what was a very busy October for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just exhausted. There's not much more to say about it. I played in Brazil, then I went to play in Texas, the match against India, then I played the US Championship, and then Clutch Chess finished yesterday. And I even like stayed up very late last night because there was a concert here after the tournament, and so we stayed at the concert, and I was very tired. On the other hand, I was kind of relaxed in some way. Maybe that's also a good thing. I wasn't like putting pressure on myself because I couldn't really expect too much considering how much I've been playing. And both of us are probably playing at like different times of the day. So he's playing at night. I assume I'm playing in the morning, which I don't know which is better. Maybe for different people, it's preferable to do one or the other. But I still thought it would probably be a close match because we've played some matches and they're usually very close. We played like this marathon in Las Vegas earlier this year in freestyle, with like a 10-hour match, and so I wasn't thinking that I would get blown away. I certainly didn't think that I would blow him away or anything. So I guess the match sort of lived up to my expectations. That it was kind of back and forth and could have been decided in a few critical moments. Came down to bullet. I think in bullet I actually had like a pretty high quality up until the last game when I saw the match clock. I was like, okay, there's a minute left, and I can basically just run out my time. So, but I think the games before that, I played like quite good games for bullet standards.
Well, I'm glad that you're talking about your high quality chess. It's the perfect segue for me to ask you about the Rook C4 mouse slip. Probably your only low quality chess moment. What happened there? Was that like you pick the piece up and try to drop it back down? We were wondering.
No, so like before the move, I was getting ready to move my rook, and then I saw that my knight's attacked. So then I kind of adjusted, and instead I clicked on my rook, and then I clicked, instead of on the knight, I clicked on a square, and the rook just moved to that square.
Oof.
So
yeah.
That was
By the way,
that was one.
just so you know, we called that. We kind of predicted that was what happened.
Yep.
And then I also mouse slipped in a few other moments. Like I definitely mouse slipped about like probably 3 or 4 times. But in some moments, I think it wasn't too crucial. But there was that like other game where I was basically mating him. It was actually like a bizarre finish because I was winning. Then we were time trouble. Then I saw his king is running, and I can't check him anymore. And then because I saw that rook a3, he just takes it. So then I kind of like played rook a3, and I leaned back because I thought, okay, game's over. He's gonna take, so I was gonna resign. And then he didn't take, and then I was ready to play queen d2, and then I saw like 0-0-0 as soon as I like played the queen d2 move.
Can't take your hand off the mouse, Fabi.
Yeah, no, you can never relax. I mean, even when you think you're losing, there's still always some last hope maybe. But it was. I mean, of course, I had some unlucky breaks and some lucky breaks as well, so I can't complain too much about the 5-minute portion.
Well, we predicted that this match would be close just in terms of our own kind of simulations, and you guys both delivered. We didn't predict that you would both show up in Team Liquid jerseys having color coordinated. We know that you're both competing for Team Liquid, but was this like a pre-match conversation that you would wear white and he would wear blue, or did you guys just get lucky to create this sort of home and away kind of jersey feel?
No, I just decided to wear it. I guess he did too. It made sense since this is the qualification or one of the methods to qualify for the Esports World Cup. So it kind of made sense, I guess, that we'll show which team we're representing, which in this case is the same team. There was this like funny moment. At some point, Prague got asked to give a one-word description of me, and he chose my teammate in Team Liquid, which is not one word. I don't think, at least.
He could have just said teammate, but okay, the extra words did it justice.
Yeah, it's but I like it. I always like when you're asked to give one word and then people give like either 3 or sometimes 10 words. Yeah, we're both representing Team Liquid along with Magnus, and we're even in some other team randomly, like in the what's it called, Global Chess League. We're also going to be in the same team. So somehow we've wound up on the same team in nearly every event.
Yeah, it speaks about you, Fabi. You can't be described in just a single word. And I guess that answer also sets me up to ask you about Magnus, also Team Liquid, speaking of. So just endless Team Liquid matchups. Only one can prevail, but that's ultimately your next round opponent. You talked about, hey, maybe Prague's not the best matchup here. Well, Magnus is the next one. It truly doesn't get easier.
No, it gets harder. I saw that. I hope that your simulation gives me more than 1%. That's all I'm asking. Like, give me
You
at
want to
least
know what it is?
At least 2.
You want to know what it is?
No. I don't want to know, but I assume it's like 5%. But maybe at least give me. If it's 1, then give me 2. I think that's at least like as a favor, as a courtesy.
We're not gonna do you dirty, man. We're not gonna do you dirty. It'll be higher than you think.
Okay. It's better you don't know. Yeah.
But no, I mean, you really are playing great blitz chess right now. And this actually is a question that came in from chat, but I'll just say that you're generally, despite being exhausted, you and again, minus a few mouse slips, overall playing very good blitz and bullet chess. How do you feel about your form? We know that Magnus is Magnus, but how do you feel overall about just your blitz play? And do you think about it as far as it being a part of areas you've continued to work on in your career, or is it just sort of a form thing based on how well you play?
Well, I think it's a mix. Like, of course, I work on my chess, which it's not really like you work on blitz chess. I just work on chess, and you hope that work goes towards all formats. That's at least the hope. And like I think that if I want to have a chance of beating Magnus, I have to play better than today. I have to have a very good day, probably a very, very good day. But of course, I'm gonna fight. I'm going to do my best. This is not really my format. I mean, it's not what I'm usually best at. But online chess is obviously not what I'm known for in general. But of course, I'll fight, and if I play well, then maybe there will be a chance.
All right. Well, we're wishing you the best of luck no matter what. Fabi, before you go, I want to get your thoughts on, as you said, online chess may not be the format you're best known for, but you also lost a friend like we all did this week in Danya Naroditsky. And today on the show, we announced that going forward, every Speed Chess Championship winner will have their name engraved on the Naroditsky Cup. And that'll be something that is forever making sure that Danya is a part of the SCC. Just give us your thoughts, if you would, real quick on Danya, as far as all the things that you loved about him, you miss about him, or maybe just thinking about this event and what he was as a commentator and how exciting he made the show.
Well, I mean, of course, Danya was a friend to many, and we hung out on occasions. And I always was happy to see him at tournaments. It was always good to have to see him there, and he was just like this very good, friendly presence that I think everyone liked, everyone loved to have him around. Speaking of his chess qualities, he was he was like also ever present, either in commentating or in playing. And I think that his legacy will remain for very, very long after we're all gone. And yeah, I mean, he's going to be so dearly missed by so many people in the chess world. But I'm glad that we can try to honor him in some way and remember his legacy.
Thanks, man.
Thanks,
Well,
Fabi. Yeah, very well said.
We appreciate you, appreciate those thoughts, and we'll appreciate whoever's name we're adding to the Naroditsky Cup this year for the first time, and maybe next round you shock the world and keep the name alive and send Magnus home. So good luck, man. We'll see you then.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Well, that was great to hear Fabi's thoughts there post-match, Danny, and what a truly epic match it was, right? Punching his ticket into the quarterfinals, winning by a single point against Prague, and the quarterfinals are set. You can see the bracket here. Ali Reza against Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru against Wesley So, Hans Niemann against Denis Lazovic, and then of course, as we just learned today, Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana, Danny, is the last and final quarterfinal matchup.
Well, I think we should start right there, and obviously Fabi said it himself. Everyone knows Magnus is the big favorite pretty much in any match Magnus Carlsen plays. But yeah, you see their record, and you know that Magnus obviously has an edge. They've played in the Speed Chess Championship before, but never both as members of Team Liquid. So who knows what happens there? But yeah, those are the matchup by the numbers that we know of before we even talk about the prediction.
Right, and what's standing out to me just on this graphic is 7 times quarterfinalist in 9 appearances, but never to the semifinals, and that just shows like he has a level that's a cut above most of the players in the field, but he probably always runs into a big time matchup, whether it's Magnus or Hikaru. Like there's going to be someone there that just takes it in the quarterfinals, and he's never really taken that next step. And I do feel like with all the chess he's playing, the form he's showing, we're waiting for that step to be taken. And Magnus is the toughest guy to take it against, but at least from Fabiano's side, it feels like his form is there.
Well, since Fabi's gone, let's talk about what the pre-match simulations tell us. I think we should. We already have those numbers ready.
Off. Don't want him to see this.
Hope he's logged off. But okay, I mean, like we said, we're not doing him dirty. I think that's somewhere around 75-25. I think is fair. You could argue Magnus is slightly favored even more than 3 out of 4 times, and that's kind of why the stats say that. But it means there's a chance for Fabi, right? And anything jump out to you in regards to how we kind of see the time controls breaking down?
Well, Fabi said make sure to give him a couple extra percent. So, yeah, we'll call it 25 there from 23. I think that's fair. And it represents exactly the match that we're looking for. I think you could make a case for Magnus being a bit more of a favorite, especially in the online format with his dominance and the fact that Fabi hasn't really had that success advancing past this stage in the event historically. But if we're looking at the time controls and the breakdown, from what I saw from the games today and the match today, I think if Fabi can get a match against Magnus that is sort of equally thrilling, I actually thought and think of Fabi as a bit more of a stable technical player than what we saw today. But I loved watching that kind of chess, and I think that type of match might be what he needs against Magnus. Muddy the waters, have some of the games go down to a time scramble, some aggressive type of chess. Fabi was playing quite loose, supported by that type of chess from Prague today. But I just think that type of matchup, you have that again. That's the variance you need to take down someone that is ultimately the slight favorite.
I agree. And again, I don't know who's going to have the call of that match. Maybe it'll be me and you or not. So I won't be able to call back to this if I'm not there. But if I was to draw up the recipe of how an upset happens, historically, one knock against Magnus in the SEC has been that he can start slow. We've seen him go down 2 and 3 games at times. And against some people, the only person not named Hikaru Nakamura to ever beat Magnus in an SEC match was MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And I was calling that match, and it was because 2 things happened, Aman. Magnus started slow, and then MVL held his own in the bullet. If somehow Fabi gets out to a lead and then can hold his own in the bullet where he played well today, that would be the recipe I would draw up if I was saying how an upset might happen. And I say all of that, making no apologies for the fact that Magnus is obviously a heavy favorite.
Yeah, exactly right. And the good sign for Fabi is he showed a level in all. He didn't have a bad time control. It wasn't like he, got destroyed in the 5-minute and made it back in the 3-minute. He was just fairly consistent across all of them, which, you want that going into an upcoming match like that. So I think that, kind of summarizes how things can go in that matchup, Magnus and Fabi, and obviously other matchups to talk about as well, Danny, like, Denis Lazovic and Hans Niemann. That's on the same side of the bracket as Magnus versus Fabi. And that one, I think for many people, is a very, very exciting matchup because it's got Hans, who always has so much to prove to himself, to the world, and Denis, who's just so almost overlooked time and time again. And it's starting to get to the point, Danny, where it's like, hang on a second, there's no good reason for this. He continues to perform well in SEC and all online and hybrid formats, and kind of start giving him the recognition he deserves.
Yeah, I can't say enough about how excited I am for this matchup. Again, Denlaz also has a style, is so solid and so consistent with his repertoire that it makes him even more dangerous and really almost, I want to use the word annoying, not in a bad way, but he's just difficult for players to wrap their hands around, especially in fast time controls, because he tends to know most of the positions he's playing better than you do. And that's against the best players in the world because he has such a consistent repertoire. At the same time, I'm going to say that I think Hans is the favorite in this matchup, and given that I already know what the simulations say, which we can move too fast or not, I think that Hans had the largest margin of victory against Stingley Ren in the first round for a reason. And I'm going to say I actually just don't agree with this. I think that Hans, given that they played so little online, we saw there only a few games, and given that Hans always has so much to prove, as you said, and that he played so well against Stingley Ren, I just have a hard time not seeing Hans as the favorite in this matchup. But okay, if it's a barn burner and a close one, I'll be happy and excited as a fan or a commentator.
Yeah, and I think back to the interview that I did with Hans in this Speed Chess Championship, and take this with a grain of salt, because I think everyone who speaks about potential matchups and opponents, even Fabi today, they always say it as, look, no one's easy, but obviously there are some that you prefer to others. And Hans was, he was outspoken saying, hang on, my qualification path last year was really difficult. And he criticized it by actually saying, well, thanks a lot for the qualification path this year, because I think he viewed Denis as a more favorable quarterfinal matchup. You look at the other matchups that have been made, Danny, and I think it's fair that Denis is probably one of the weaker of maybe the 4 kind of big matchup pairings that could have happened. And Hans, without saying he's going to walk in and absolutely crush Denis, the point is, he'd rather, face him in terms of making it to that live finals is a better chance than, facing someone like Magnus in the quarterfinals.
Yep. Well, there you go. I mean, jokes aside about the matchups, we try to keep them just as random and as fair as possible. And Fabi joked earlier he didn't want to play Prague, but then I was teasing, who would you want to play? And he picked me. You can't pick me. I'm not good enough to play in the SEC. It's hard to develop, the brackets, and obviously the players bring such incredible pedigrees, all of them, to the table. But I think as far as a matchup of 2 young rising stars who I think we're going to see in the SEC for many, many years to come, Denlaz and Hans. Again, I think Hans is the favorite. Fascinating to see that our model slightly favors Denlaz, but either way, can't wait for that one.
Agree. I guess, moving on in the quarterfinal, kind of doing the look around here at all of them, Danny, moving on, taking a look at the bracket once again. We talked about the left side, moving over to the right side. Alireza Firouzja against Jan Nepomniachtchi. This is going to be a very exciting matchup, and I say that with more enthusiasm, having seen Jan Nepomniachtchi's form that he brought to that match. Danny, it was incredible to see him honestly just dispatch Anish Giri in that matchup. It was really one-sided. It looked like Giri just kind of lost that will to even believe he could win the match well before it was over. And now Jan has to go on to face Alireza in the quarterfinal matchup.
it's funny as I look at these, different anecdotes and kind of talking about how far each of the players have made it, what they're seeking. The thing that pops out to me is that they've never played, and I'm like sitting here racking my brain and obviously trusting the stats. But having done a lot of SEC commentary and thinking of both of these guys as players who've played so many times, I'm just kind of shocked to see that. It's fascinating. Okay, so we don't really know what'll happen in a match. I think Alireza is the favorite. He obviously was a finalist last year, and I think Jan would probably agree Alireza is the favorite too. Would he agree that Alireza is this much of a favorite? I don't know. We'll see how the match goes between Jan and Alireza. But yeah, Firouzja almost as favored as Magnus is against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, I think because you say it like that, it's probably fair to say that if I had to pick one that was maybe the one I don't agree with, it would be this one on the screen right now. I do think Alireza is the favorite, but I will say that Jan, he came and he showed a level that I think is almost a level higher than maybe what the model is anticipating. And if he brings that level, I think this gets into that 1-2 game deficit type of match. And we know one mouse slip, that's a 2-point swing from one player to the other. So it really becomes a closer match when you think of it that way. But Alireza, a deserved favorite, right? A finalist. This is a player that I think when Alireza shows up to the SEC, the finals is where he expects himself.
Yeah, I agree. And as I was looking at those predictions, I know we're moving on to the next match, but I tend to think that if Jan makes a move in the blitz portions, things are going to be different there. So if he's got a close game or match, 1 or 2 game match going into bullet, we'll see. So, all right, one more matchup to talk about, and it's a doozy.
Oh yeah, Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, bottom right of this bracket, the final quarterfinal matchup to talk about right now. And Hikaru and Wesley, this is a matchup that we've definitely seen before. And I say that, as the graphic comes up, to reaffirm, this is their 5th time that they've played in the SEC. And important to note that Wesley has played in pretty much every single Speed Chess Championship. Hikaru, along with Magnus, basically the most decorated SEC player and certainly multiple-time winner. So Hikaru against Wesley historically has gone in Hikaru's favor.
Yeah, it has. Although if Wesley is on form and doing the thing that he's capable of, he can be a difficult opponent for Hikaru. I commentated, I think, on all 3 of those matches, at least in 2018, 2019, and 2020. And what a lot of people maybe don't remember is Wesley was leading going into the bullet portion. At least 2, if not all 3 of those matches. I remember having the call with Robert Hess, I think, every time. And yes, it felt like in hindsight, Amon, it was kind of drawn up at home and Hikaru knew he could win in bullet. But it's not, you never know. Like you said, one mouse slip or not. So if Wesley is on form, these 2 guys have given us absolutely thrilling matches before. And I don't think Hikaru would say he loves playing Wesley in the second round. So this is going to be wild to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be very competitive between the 2 of them. We're looking at the pre-match prediction, and I have to say this is very fair, and it's because you have to factor in results. Like, you have to factor in what has already happened, and the truth is Hikaru has beaten Wesley 4 times in the SEC. This is their 5th matchup. That has to give you that extra advantage in terms of the pre-match prediction model. 84% to 16, that's a better chance of winning, than Magnus is predicted in his match. But it's because there's history between these 2, and the stats are all in Hikaru's favor. I think that Wesley is probably coming to the table here with maybe some of his better levels in terms of the history of them matching up. Hikaru sort of really in that prime, 2018 to 2021. But Hikaru, his first round matchup, you don't want to read into it too much in terms of the bullet segment, but against Lei Kwang Liam, it did trickle away, and it was actually a really close final score. Those that watched know that the score kind of got away because it was already over. But still, points were dropped in the bullet, and just has me wondering, is Hikaru's bullet still at that like unbeatable level, or is it just extremely good, right? It's good enough regardless, but where is that bullet level at? In fact, it's a bit of a question mark that he's left there, maybe working in his favor, because we don't really know what bullet to expect from him.
I think it's a good point. And again, if we look at the match history, as I was talking about, that Hikaru was kind of relying on Bullet to make sure he beat Wesley. I remember at least one match he was down 2 games going into the Bullet. And if you add that to what I said earlier about Fabiano versus Magnus, what could possibly be the recipe to prove that pre-match prediction wrong? I think if somehow the Blitz isn't going well, and if Hikaru is not who he once was in Bullet, we'll find out. That's where things could get dicey. Again, I say that again, ending in the same way I did with Magnus versus Fabiano. I make no apology in saying Hikaru was obviously the heavy favorite for a reason, and you made a point that their history, having played so many matches, makes the psychological factor also go Hikaru's way, because Wesley has to overcome not just the present but the past demons and really try to be at his best and make sure he doesn't think about the fact that Hikaru has outed him 4 times in the SCC already.
That's right. It's kind of a big redemption match, and obviously one that we look forward to, along with the 3 other quarterfinal matchups. And it also allows us to, Danny, take a look at the standings to get a lay of the land for this event, what it means in terms of qualification, right? The EWC is kind of the ultimate goal for a lot of these competitors, as we've lost half the field, right? So we know where we stand here, and you can see the earnings of these players so far, as now we're starting to place people in the top half of the bracket.
Yeah, and those guys are taking some cash home. Remember, SCC splits half the money to the winner, the rest of the money based on win percentage. So every game matters. But we're really getting into a big spot, because if you can punch your ticket to London as one of the 8 players remaining, you get yourself into the realm of a massive payday. Don't underestimate how much the EWC matters to these players and how much it has literally changed at least the financial face online for what has been a thriving ecosystem for many years. But with this sort of big carrot waiting at the end of the new online cycle we have here, with Title Tuesdays and the Speed Chess Championship and the Chess.com Global Championship coming back, these guys have their eyes on qualifying to the EWC, because there's a big payday potentially if you can get there.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be noted that the top 3, right, from this SCC qualified directly. So what I always found interesting is that if you think about the live finals in London, and I'm just going to go ahead and say it, you think about the likelihood of Magnus Carlsen making it there, who has already punched his ticket, it sort of means that if you make it to London, assuming Magnus is there, welcome to the EWC.
Yeah, no, it's actually huge. In fact, okay, Magnus has to play Fabiano, and we're not going to overlook the chance for an upset, but you're right. There is a lot at stake for these guys. Talk about setting up your 2026 in a great way. If you get to London, you are feeling really good about everything that's happening next year as far as online esports chess goes. So, all right. Good luck to all 8 players. I'm hoping to be back at least for 1, if not 2, for the matchups before we get to London. So thanks for having me.
Yep. And I think the last thing to think about, Danny, is just that we've wrapped up the round of 16 matchups. The quarterfinals are upcoming, and the caliber of some of those quarterfinal matchups could be a final, and in some cases actually literally has been a final in previous years. So I think that we always talk about, the SCC is getting stronger, the young players are getting stronger, the even getting an invite or qualifying is becoming more difficult, but we literally have quarterfinal matchups that you've commentated as a final before.
It's crazy. Yeah. And then we have matchups that might be previews of finals in future years to come with so many young players, right? So it is absolutely wild. I cannot wait. The SCC continues to deliver as my favorite event. I know I speak for you. I know it's your favorite too.
You speak for me. Let's say only on this. I have to vet some of the other opinions, but for this one, you're fair to say that, Danny. Absolutely concur. And I guess that brings the end to this show, to this match. Fabiano was victorious today in a truly epic finale to this round of 16. And we have very exciting matches to look forward to. And everyone should stay tuned when those get scheduled and announced, as everyone is trying to make their journey onwards to London. So, Danny, you've been good luck for great, exciting matchups. So I hope that we bring you back on the show to continue that good karma going forward. And it's been a great show, Danny. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me, man.
All right. Till next time, guys.
you.